All right. We are going to watch a sermon on the Bible verse of the week, or Bible passage of the week, which is Luke 15:11 through 32. And play a game of Risk while we do it. Battle. Let's join.
Tonight it's a real joy to have John MacArthur with us in person, and I want you to give him a good old warm Milwaukee welcome as he comes to share ministry with us. Let's say hi to John.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you. Thank you. Let's turn to the Word of God. Now, it's always hard, again, when you come in from outer space and just plop in the middle of a place, to know what to talk about. But there's something that is ringing in my heart because it's going to be my next book, I think. I'm trying to slow down that process a little bit. And so I want you to turn to Luke 15. I'm preaching through Luke. I am now in chapter 18 in my 8th year in Luke. Now wait a minute. Slower is better than faster. Deeper is better than shallower. Longer is better than shorter. Because every word of God is pure. All Scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable. I can't force myself to leave anything out. But tonight anyway, I'm going to condense what I taught our church a few months ago in the 15th chapter of Luke. By the way, I think I'll finish Luke in about 2 to 3 years.
Going for North America.
And we'll have probably spent about 10 years in Luke. And then when I'm done with Luke, I'm going right back to Mark. I figure 5 years in Mark, and I will have finished the whole New Testament, and I can continue to work on the commentary series. But in Luke 15, there's a familiar story about a father who had 2 sons. We call it the prodigal son. That's really not a good title for the story, because it is not primarily a story about the prodigal son. In fact, there are 2 sons in the story, but more importantly, it is a story about the father.
Why
if you
would
want
he
to
have done
rename
that?
it, you could call it the forgiving father. Or better yet, let's just call it the joy of God, because that's really what it's about. Luke chapter 15. And in this 15th chapter, there are 3 parties, 3 over-the-top expressions of rejoicing, 3 great celebrations. The first one comes out of a story that Jesus tells from verses 3 to 7 about a man who lost one of his 100 sheep, went out and found that sheep and brought it back, and called all of his neighbors to have a party and to celebrate because he had found the sheep that was lost. Everybody understood that story because sheep had great value for their wool. And the party was a celebration of the shepherd's success in finding the sheep. And then Jesus tells another story about a woman who lost one of 10 coins. Typically in ancient days, people would put their fortune in a very personal place around their neck and under garments where it could be safe by being on their person. And she probably had what amounted to a family fortune for a Middle Eastern peasant woman around her neck, and somehow lost one of those coins, and of course went through the hard effort of searching everywhere in the dusty house until she had found the coin. She too calls her friends, and they have a celebration of joy because the lost coin had been found. And in the third story, there is a son who is lost and a son who is found, or better yet, a son who is, for all intents and purposes, dead, and who is brought back to life again in the language of the story itself. And the father puts on a celebration, invites the entire village to come to the party. These are three great parties, three great celebrations. And they illustrate, obviously, the joy of God. And that becomes very clear, for example, in applying the first parable in verse 7. Jesus says, I tell you that in the same manner as the celebration over the sheep, in the same manner there will be more joy in heaven over one sinner who repents than over 99 who need no repentance because they deem themselves righteous. And in verse 10, the second parable is applied. In the same way, I tell you, there is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner who repents. And in the third story, there is one sinner who repents, and there is a subsequent party, and therefore the same conclusion can be drawn. This is about three parties, all symbolizing one great celebration in heaven over one sinner who repents.
Why would that person have put...
Now, Scripture is very clear that God has no joy in the death of the wicked. That we are told 3 times in the prophet Ezekiel, I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked. If you look at the 19th chapter of Luke, you will see Jesus looking over the city of Jerusalem and weeping over it. If you read the 13th chapter of Jeremiah, you find Jeremiah crying the tears of God over the desolation of the people of Israel who are about to come under divine judgment. God has no joy in the judgment of sinners, but does find His joy in the salvation of sinners. In Deuteronomy chapter 30, verses 9 and 10, we read this. For the Lord your God will rejoice over you if you obey the voice of the Lord your God, to keep His commandments and His statutes, which are written in the book of the law. Well, how are you ever going to do that in your own strength? Well, you can't do it in your own strength. So the next verse says, if you turn to the Lord God with all your heart and with all your soul. God will rejoice over you when you give your heart to Him and out of that become obedient. In Isaiah 62:5 it says, defining the nature of God's joy, as a bridegroom rejoices over the bride, so shall God rejoice over you. Now, men, you look back at your wedding day as the highlight of your life up to that point. The anticipation, the thrill, the joy of taking your bride, that is the pinnacle of human emotion. And God says of Himself that He has over the repentant sinner the joy of a bridegroom taking the bride of His love. This is not some kind of minimal joy. This is not some kind of mid-level joy. This is the high point of joy, and God borrows an expression from an experience that we all know very well. It even goes further than that. Zephaniah the prophet, chapter 3, verses 16 and 17 says, the Lord your God is in your midst. He will rejoice over you with shouts. God has so much joy that He yells. Now, this is a little bit different for us, isn't it? We don't think of God as wildly, over the top, hollering because He's so full of joy. We think about God as serious and somber and perhaps even morose and weighted down with massive awareness of the wretchedness of sin and its presence in His universe and of all those rebels who fight against Him and dishonor His name. We would think of Him as consumed and burdened with that, and maybe now and then a sort of momentary smile might cross His anthropomorphic lips. But we don't think of God as having a party. We don't think of God as knowing the exhilarating joy of the most wonderful, anticipated, and happy human experience. So we certainly don't think of God as yelling at the top of His divine voice because He's so joyful. But that's what Scripture says. Where does God get this joy? He gets it when one sinner repents. That's what it says. Verse 7. One sinner who repents. Verse 10. One sinner who repents. Can I just give you a little insight here? God isn't waiting to start the party when 1,000 people are saved. He's not waiting to start the party when 100 people are saved. You want to know the truth? The party goes on all the time. Because every moment of time, somebody
I thought He was going to hit that 12. I was like, oh.
coming
But He opened it up so
into His kingdom. It's a non-stop celebration. And what we'll do when we're in heaven, in the new heaven and the new earth, is eternally celebrate the completion of His saving work. I have studied the New Testament and the Old Testament all these years. I've written and preached many, many times on the theme of heaven. I have a book on heaven. I autographed one earlier tonight. And I will tell you that the consummate way to understand heaven is to simply sum it up in that small three-letter word, joy. The joy of God, which is what verses 7 and 10 are talking about. Not the joy of the angels, the joy of God in the presence of the angels. The joy emanates from Him, and it bounces off the angels, and it bounces off the glorified saints. It is the defining reality of heaven. Boundless, unmitigated, unrestrained, full, complete joy.
I'm surprised
and
that
all of it is directed at God.
Other people went into North America
for the amazing work of redemption. Now the Pharisees, they thought they knew God. Pharisees and the scribes. The scribes, by the way, were the theologians. The Pharisees were the practical purveyors of their religious system, but the brain trust were the scribes. They did the work. They were the lawyers. They dug in and tried to understand the law. They crafted the foundational theology which the Pharisees then taught. And the Pharisees were the most influential people religiously in the land of Israel. They basically operated in the synagogues, and everywhere where there were 12 men, you could have a synagogue. So every town and village had synagogues. And through that system of synagogues, Pharisaic religion had basically dominance in the land of Israel. The Sadducees were religious liberals who ran the temple. They were basically hated by the people, and they were a small influence theologically. The Pharisees, they were the purveyors of the religion that dominated the land of Israel at the time of Jesus and had for a long time.
Oh.
And the Pharisees believed that they knew God. They knew God intimately. They knew God well. They understood His truth. They represented Him.
Ooh.
He knew them.
That wasn't very friendly.
And the task of Jesus in His ministry was to destroy that illusion. to show the people and the Pharisees that they did not know God. And that's what's going on in this chapter. And to prove they didn't know God, let's go back to verse 1. All the tax gatherers and the sinners were coming near to him to listen to him. This is speaking of Jesus. Tax collectors, they were the lowest of the low, the scum of society in Israel, because the Romans were an occupying, idolatrous, pagan, blasphemous presence. And these tax gatherers were Jews who purchased a tax franchise, and they had a certain amount they had to pay to Rome, but beyond that they could extort anything they wanted out of their own people. They were the traders of their nation who paid money to Rome, extracted from the Jewish people, and extracted a lot more to become filthy rich. Probably the best known one is Zacchaeus, who, when he was converted, paid back what he had virtually stolen fourfold. That's what they did. Now, these people aren't going to cough up this money just because you ask. And so tax collectors were surrounded by thugs and muggers and strong-armed criminals. And, of course, all the rest of the riffraff of society, including the harlots and the prostitutes and all the rest of the lowlifes. They were sort of the street mafia. All the gang bangers associated with the tax collectors to do their dirty work by any means. But it was those people who kept coming to Jesus. You remember, if you look back at the end of chapter 14, it closes with this line, "He who has ears to hear, let him hear." And the people who had ears and were willing to hear were these people. Tax gatherers and the assorted sinners that collected around them like debris. They were coming near him to listen to him. And this outraged the religious elite, the Pharisees and the scribes. So in verse 2, both the Pharisees and the scribes began to grumble, murmur, complain. Here was their complaint. "This man receives sinners and eats with them." In Middle Eastern culture then, and in Middle Eastern culture now, if you eat with somebody at your table, you affirm them.
Why is he?
This was proof positive in their mind that Jesus was satanic. You remember they said about him that he does what he does by the power of Beelzebub? What convinced them of that? Wasn't the miracles, healing sick people, raising dead people, making lame people walk, blind people see, and deaf people hear, is a good thing. Feeding the hungry, calming a storm, banishing illness and disease from the land of Israel during the duration of his ministry. You don't necessarily attribute that to Satan. Why do you come up with this conclusion that he does what he does by the power of Satan? And the primary and compelling reason was that he associated himself so readily and so comfortably with that category of people that the religious elite knew belonged to the devil. He suffered by his companions. And they brought it up again and again and again. And earlier in Luke, he said to them on one occasion, "I have not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance." So they think they represent God. By the way, they were so self-righteous that they identified this class of people. They had a name, Amharitz. Amharitz. They were unclean. And if you had a low-life person cleaning your house, for example, this is in rabbinic law, the minute that person stopped working to rest, your house became unclean.
This one.
So, you needed to hire two of them so that one was working while one was resting. They went so far, as recorded in the Talmud, as to say, do not go near those people even so much as to teach them the law of God. Pharisaic religion was anti-evangelistic. They wanted nothing to do with those people. And Jesus wanted everything to do with those people. So Jesus says, you think you represent God, huh? And you think I represent Satan.
What? Can I what? What? Hi.
Let me tell you about God. God rejoices when the lost are found. And that leads him to this third story, starting in verse 11. That was all introduction. You can start timing me now. But I got to give you a few things to think about. Let me just give you a little hint. You ever hear a preacher say we need to bring the Bible into modern times? Translators think they need to do that. Tamper with the text. You don't want to give people antiquated, old, expositional messages. Got to be updated. We've got to bring the Bible into modern times. That's exactly opposite what you should do. You never want to bring the Bible into modern times. You want to take people back into ancient times. When you teach the Word of God, you want to recreate the setting so the person is there, so the Bible comes through with its divine message in its original context. Anything less is robbing Scripture, snatching verses here and there to make them mean whatever they want. If you're going to retain the true meaning of the Scripture, you have to go back into the original context. And let me tell you something about the Bible. The meaning of the Scripture is the Scripture. Did you get that? That's not circular reasoning. The meaning of the Scripture is the Scripture. If you don't get the meaning right, you don't have God's Word. You may own a Bible. You don't have God's Word until you know what it means by what it says. And the meaning is in understanding the context. Now, Charles Dickens and Ralph Waldo Emerson called this story the greatest story ever written.
I was going to say you could go up through...
And they were pretty good at some stories, too. But it's more than just a great story. And to understand it, I want to take you back, okay? Just kind of everybody, we're going to go back in time. Just imagine yourself living in a Middle Eastern peasant village. Wouldn't be much different today in Arab culture in the Middle East or in some rural Jewish culture. I've been in Bedouin tents over there a number of times. Just imagine yourself in a Middle Eastern peasant village. because that's exactly where these people were and what they understood. Now we got to go back because this makes the story unfold for us. One thing dominated. One thing dominated. Shame, honor, culture. Shame, honor, culture. That was the defining thing. Folks, it still is. Whatever is honorable, you do and you pursue. You avoid at all costs anything that brings shame on yourself or on your family. This is the way it's been, and it still is. We have a girl at the Master's College who is an Arab. She was a Muslim 1 year ago. She came to the United States. On her visit to the United States, she came to Christ. She came to the Master's College. She was stunned. She was dramatically changed. She came to a Bible conference. She heard the Word of God taught, came to Christ. Amazing story. She went back, walked in her house. First of all, she was arrested when she went back. Her father was able to finagle her release. She went home. She just gave me this story a few weeks ago. She went...
Ooh, no. Well, you want to die. All right. I killed this guy now.
To her home. Her mother was not there. Her father was not there. She walked in the house. Her uncle was there.
So far, I have both of the kills. I might look scary to some people, honestly, because of that. Does blue go into me? Okay, he doesn't.
And he said to her, this just happened to her in November. You have brought so much shame on this family by your Christianity that in order to preserve the honor of this family, you must die. And her uncle grabbed her, slammed her around in the kitchen against the wall until she fell to the ground, picked up a chair and pummeled her and beat her bloody, separating her shoulder, separating her knee, until someone came in the house and rescued her and got her through some kind of process, her father having some kind of pull with the government, onto an airplane, and she's back here. By the way, she told me she's studying, she's 18, speaks 3 languages. She's studying Greek and Hebrew because she said there are only 200 Christians in her country and they don't have any tools. And so she wants to translate. She asked me if she could have permission to translate the MacArthur Study Bible into Arabic. Can you imagine 25,000 footnotes by an 18-year-old? I think she'll need some help.
What?
It's not any different there now than it was in Jesus' day. Shame and honor is everything.
Wow.
You do what is honorable. You avoid what is shameful. If you understand that, you understand this story. Because in this story, Jesus describes the most shameful cast of characters
get this
ever
done. I'm almost running out of
devised.
time.
He made it all up. Jesus invented all these characters.
Sorry.
3 of them.
I was just in
A
a
father
hurry.
and 2
No, it
sons.
doesn't look bad.
And they're all shameful.
You did cut a lot, though.
The younger son is shameful, the father is shameful, and the older son is shameful, and everything is so shameful as to be bizarre and ridiculous and outrageous and unbelievable. It is a head-shaking eye roller for the Pharisees.
I probably look scary to these guys because I've gotten all of the kills so far. So,
What are you listening to, God?
yeah, I'm listening to a sermon right now.
I want to hear. What's his name?
It's about the prodigal son.
Pharisees. Come on, they're saying. This is impossible. No son would act like that. No father would act like that. Jesus paints extremes here. And it's all based on that shame-honor perspective. All right, let's begin the story.
Yeah.
It starts in verse 11 with a shameful request. The first shameful
like
character
kind of
we meet is the younger son. And Jesus said, a certain man had 2 sons.
I don't want to look too.
And the younger
scary
of
to
them
these
said
guys.
to his father, Father, that's nice,
What?
respectful, give me the share of the estate that falls to me. We'll stop there. You're out of rank, son. You're the younger son. What are you doing? The older son is the son who would be the only one who would have a right to make such a request, but no older son in his right mind would make such a request because you didn't get your inheritance until your father was what? Was dead. So to go to your father and say, could you please die, is outrageous conduct. Even in this day in the Middle East, the honor of the father dominates the culture. You don't do this. This is the first scandalous, shameful behavior. It is disrespectful, it is selfish, it is hateful. He wishes the father to be dead. And he's not saying, look, Dad, I got some business skills. Kind of split this baby up here. And by the way, the older brother would get 2/3 if there were only 2 sons, and the younger 1/3 because the older always got the greater amount. So it would be a 2/3, 1/3. Split this thing up and let me manage my third. And it's a big estate. He's got servants. He's got hired men. He's got a fatted calf, which would feed between 200 and 300 people. It's a big party, so there's some wealth involved here. Plus, he received enough of a fortune to go and spend it like mad in a foreign places, we will see. So we're seeing a picture of wealth here. He's not saying, I want my piece of it because I want to grow this wealth. I want to pour my own ideas into the family agricultural business and see what I can do with it. That is not what he is saying at all. He is saying very clearly this.
Hopefully this guy
Give
doesn't
me-
take red out of the... Oh, he doesn't. Good. Phew. It's like that would not be good. want me to attack your territory? I'm confused by this. I'm wondering if he wants me to attack it. Okay. There. I was like, I didn't know if he wanted me to attack it so he could keep getting cards off of my territory. I wonder why he said good game.
The share of the estate that falls to me. Give me, in the Greek it's tes ousios, the stuff, the property, the goods. It's not saying I want to manage part of the inheritance. I want my stuff. And I can't wait till you're dead. I want nothing to do with this family. I want nothing to do with you. I want you out of the way. I don't want to wait any longer. I have desires. I have things I want to do. I want my freedom. I want my independence. I don't want any more accountability to you. I don't want any more restraint out of you. I don't want any more commands from you. Give me my stuff. This is outrageous. This is a violation of everything that they know and think about in family relationships.
Yellow is very greedy.
What would be expected by the Pharisee standing there, or by anybody in a Middle Eastern culture, as soon as those words came out of that young man's mouth, the father would slap him silly. You insolent son. And after slapping him across the face, he would then take him out and flog him publicly in the same way that that uncle took a chair to kill the girl. Why? Because he had brought such dishonor on that father. Father must protect his honor at all costs.
I didn't.
But the shameful request leads to a shameful response. And if the request was shameful, the father's response was even more shameful.
Yes.
Verse 12, and he divided his wealth between them. What? This is where the Pharisees would say, whoa, whoa. No father would do that. You don't give in to that kind of shameful attitude. You don't give in to someone that's that insolent. But he did. He divided his wealth among them.
So that he
didn't have to wait till he was dead. He split it up. Gave 2/3 to the older son, 1/3 to the younger. This is a father abandoning his own honor.
Smart.
This is a father taking on shame. It's ridiculous. This is a very, very dishonorable son, but this is a more dishonorable father. This is a weak-willed father in the minds of the Pharisees. This is a father who is not protecting what must be protected. This is a silly kind of superficial love in their eyes. And by the way, where's the older brother here?
There we go.
He is purposely not in the story. Jesus doesn't put him in the story here, but he should be in the story, and that's another eye roller here, because the older brother had a responsibility to protect his younger brother from stupid things, and he knew about the division because he got his 2/3. Why didn't he stop this kind of insolent behavior by the younger brother? And why didn't he, of all things, do what the older son was committed to doing, protect the honor of his father? It's just absurd. The whole thing is absurd. The younger son behaves in an absurd way, the father in an absurd way, and the older brother in an absurd way. It's all shameful. And it gets worse. We then come to a shameful rebellion. Verse 13, not many days later. Why don't we stop there for a minute? Not many days later? The younger son gathered everything together. How do you liquidate 1/3 of an estate that's accumulated for who knows how long in a family? How do you liquidate an entire estate in a few days? You're talking about land and animals, all that goes with it, a whole agrarian estate. How do you do that in a few days? I'll tell you how you do it. You sell cheap, right? You discount. And of course, somebody buying it is buying a future, because they're not going to get it until the father's dead. He sells it cheap. He discounts, devalues this estate to turn it into cash. Cheap, fast sale at a high discount. And he takes his money and he went on a journey into a distant country, left the land of Israel for a Gentile land. That's what a distant country was. And Jews didn't go into distant countries and come back again without shaking the dust off their feet, so they didn't bring any defiled Gentile dirt back into Israel. That was Pharisaic religion. It gets worse. He did go into a distant country, a Gentile country, a pagan country, an idolatrous country. And there he squandered his estate with loose living. Squandered means scattered, or basically threw away. That's why he's called the prodigal. The word means wasteful. He took his entire future, liquidated it at a discount, and then threw it away. It had taken generations to accumulate, and he wasted it fast. Loose living, what does that mean? Dissipated, debauched behavior. And the older brother in verse 25 says he spent it on prostitutes.
Break him. Break him.
This is one stupid guy, right? One stupid guy. But up to now, it's all in his control. Insolent, rebellious against his father. Discounting the value
Put
of
your
the wealth
stack up here. Your
that
next
his father
move. That way he can't run
had
through.
for him.
Please.
Winding up in a pagan, idolatrous, blasphemous environment. Throws it all away on sexual immorality. What a fool.
Please
In fact,
put your
of all
stack
the
up
sinners
there.
that Jesus ever
Please
portrayed
do
in
it.
his parables, this guy's the most extreme.
Oh, he's not. No one else is
Everything
attacking
up to
yellow.
now under his control, but life's not always under your control, and something happens that wasn't under his control. Jesus introduces in verse 14 when he had spent everything. Perfect
Damn,
timing.
I was really hoping he would put his
He's got
stack up
nothing
there
left.
for me.
A
That would be so
severe
nice of him.
famine occurred in that country. Oh, gasp. This is the worst possible scenario. The worst possible sinner in the worst possible scenario. He's got nothing left, and there's a famine. We don't understand famine, but in ancient days, famine is basically when you eat garbage And when there's no more garbage to eat, you eat your sandals. And when there are no more sandals to eat, you eat your animals that you can catch. And when there are no more animals that you can catch, you eat people. Like the famines described in the Old Testament, where they were eating afterbirth and children. This is life at the bottom. Absolutely at the bottom. It gets worse. Verse 15, he went and attached himself. Plao in the Greek means to glue. Stuck himself to somebody. You ever been to the third world? I've been to a lot of third world countries. I've had a lot of those little beggar kids coming up and grabbing my coat, pulling my pant leg. I can't get rid of them. They flock. Calcutta, India, it gets pretty scary when you've got about 25 of them pulling at everything. Can't get rid of them with their little distended stomachs and thin necks. That's what he did. He's got nothing left. He's got no dignity, nothing. He's got no friends. He's got no food. He's going to die. So he attaches himself to somebody.
Boom! Yes!
A beggar.
Perfect.
And this guy, not
Oh.
with the purpose of paying him,
He's going to come
but just to get rid of him, as becomes very clear, send him into the fields to feed swine. Now the eyes really roll. Jewish boys don't do any of this. And they certainly don't hang around swine. This is beyond possibility. The Pharisee is saying, this is so ridiculous. This is so extreme. Nobody could ever be in this bad of condition. Well, you know what? When they sent him into the field to feed the swine, he went. It was a pretense, though. Because it says in verse 16, he was longing to fill his stomach with the pods that the swine were eating, and no one was giving anything to him. Man wasn't going to pay him. He wasn't going to feed him. It was just a ploy to get rid of him. And he got out there, and he has to eat what the pigs are eating. Now he's not only around the pigs, he is a pig. And again, I can't tell you the outrage. This is so bizarre to the Middle Eastern Jewish mind. Oh, by the way, he can't eat the carob pods. There's some interesting history on carob pods. Pigs can digest them, people can't. So a few forays into the carob pods with the pigs.
Oh, yes!
And he would have to stop because he would get so sick. And they're saying no one possibly would end up a pig. What Jewish boy would ever do this? This is the worst possible sinner in the worst possible condition. Couldn't help. What's this about?
Damn it.
I'll tell you what it's about. This is a picture of the reckless sinner. This is the most extreme, immoral, disrespectful, stupid, wasteful sinner ever portrayed by Jesus. This is a sinner in rebellion against God, his Father. This is the sinner disdaining the goodness of God and the available inheritance. This is the sinner who hates God's person, who hates God's rule, who hates God's authority, who hates God's will, who shuns all responsibility, all accountability. This is the sinner who ends up on the street. This is the kind of sinner.
Kill him?
that kept coming to Jesus. The riffraff, the lowlife. This is the sinner that squanders every good thing. That's who this is. Sin is reckless evil. Sin is selfish indulgence. Sin brings destitution and it brings death. The freedom of the will is the most horrible bondage. He got what he
I
wanted,
want you to
the
open
freedom
up
of
my
the will.
stack.
Sin looks for fulfillment outside and away from God and never finds it. It leaves the rebel sinner exhausted, empty, poor, hungry, hopeless. So Jesus invents the ultimate sinner. Now, not every sinner is that bad, right? Not every sinner is that bad. But when one is that bad, it's pretty important to see how God treats him. Would you agree?
Then attack phase, boom.
Because
Up here,
how God treats
except
the
for-
most extreme sinner is important for all the rest. Because if he can forgive the worst,
There we go.
that's important to know, isn't it? So let's go to the fourth point, a shameful repentance. Verse 17. When he came to his senses, finally a breath of sanity. Came to his senses? That's when repentance always starts, when you make a true assessment of your condition. He came to his senses, and this is what he said. How many of my father's hired men have more than enough bread? Oh, I love that. I love that. How many of my father's hired men have more than enough bread? You say, what's such a big deal about that? Hey, I'll tell you. Hired men were day laborers. Misthos, a term referring to a day laborer. They didn't have a job. They didn't belong to the family as servants. They weren't craftsmen and tradesmen. They were the very lowest of the low. They were the minimum wage guys. They were shoeless. They were the destitute and the poor. And the Old Testament law, the Mosaic law, said you pay them at the end of every day because they set their hope on that. If they don't get that at the end of the day, they can't eat. So they were the people that stood around in the agora, that stood around in the village center. Those are the ones you remember that Jesus told the story about going into the town on the 6 a.m. in the morning, then at the 9th hour, the 3rd hour, the 6th hour, the 9th hour, and finally 1 hour, the 11th hour, and taking them out to the harvest. And they all received the same pay. Well, those are the day laborers. They were the lowest on the socioeconomic ladder. And guess what? This young man remembered that his father gave hired men more than enough. What does that mean? He remembered his father was generous. He remembered that his father had compassion on the poor. He remembered that his father was sympathetic. He remembered that his father was good. And that is the foundation of why he goes back. Because he's going to have to eat crow. Big time. It's going to be humiliating to go back. Because when he goes back, according to Middle Eastern culture, and you can read some fascinating studies of this, when he goes back, the minute he enters that village, the whole village, which has been dishonored by his behavior, is going to take up the defense of that father's honor, and they are going to heap scorn and ridicule and mockery and condemnation on that man. They are going to defend the honor of that village and that landowner by heaping scorn on that son. And he knows that. In fact, in most cases, he would have to sit in the village for days while children mocked him and adults mocked him. And maybe after days of taking the scorn that he deserved, The father might grant him an audience, at which point he would allow him to kiss his feet or his hand and come no closer than that. And then he would publicly whip that boy before the whole village to return some honor to himself, after which he would lay out the terms of restitution, and there would never be reconciliation until there had been restitution. That's how it is in a legalistic system. You earn your way back. And restitution would have been pretty simple. You earn back exactly what you cost the family. Then maybe, after years and years of working at the wage, the minimum wage, maybe then, when you've made full restitution, the Father might grant you reconciliation. He knows that. He knows going back is going to be embarrassing, humiliating, agonizing, and hard. But he says in the end of verse 17, I'm dying. What's my option? I'm dying. If I want to live, I have to go back. And this much I know. My Father is compassionate, and my Father is good. And my Father is generous. Verse 18, I'll get up out of the pig slop. I'll go to my Father. And I'll say to him, Father,
All right.
I have sinned against heaven, or better, I have sinned as high as heaven. I've piled up my sins as high as heaven. And you've seen it. Implication that the Word had come back. I am no longer, verse 19, worthy to be called your son. I'm not asking to be a son. I'm not asking that at all. And by the way, when he left, there would have been a funeral in the family. They would have held a funeral for him.
Are you going to
He
even
was
try,
as good as
bro?
dead. So I'm not asking to be back in the family. I'm not asking to be a son. Just make me one of your hired men. Let me earn back through minimum wage for as many years as it takes what I've lost.
Yes. Okay. He knows what he's doing.
See, that's all he knew. Because, hey, they were in a legalistic system where you earn your way to God.
Then you go up and you hit my...
Here is the sinner come to desperation. Here is the sinner who comes to the end of his life. I am
Well
going
played.
to die. No other place to turn.
Boom, 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 boom.
I've got to go to the one I know is good. And no matter what it costs me, I'll work as long as it takes to live. It's reminiscent of Matthew 18, where the man who owed the unpayable debt came back when the king called him in. The king said, you owe me this unpayable debt. Remember what he said? I'll pay it all back. That's the culture. That's the culture in which legalism exists. That's all the religions of the world except the true gospel. They're all systems of works. You earn your way to God. You get reconciliation at the end of restitution. And you know, for the first time, the Pharisees are saying, well, it's about time somebody did something sensible here. This whole thing has been so bizarre. This is the first honorable thing this guy's done. He's going to go back and earn it all.
Boom! That was a good game. That went perfectly. Yeah, that went perfectly. I think I got every single kill except for yellow on that game. in progressive, you can get every single
And
kill.
so in verse 20, he got
But
up
in fixed, it's pretty hard to
and he
get
came
that
to
many
his
kills.
father.
To where in progressive, like you can just
on
line
the way
up to where
back,
it's just like
stinking
boom, boom,
like
boom, boom,
pigs.
boom, 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 you know, with
Gaunt.
card stacking,
Hungry,
with like card jumping,
Near
you
death.
can get
stinking, wretched,
every kill.
foul sinner, commiserating with the wretched harlots of his foreign country. He comes back. You can imagine
Ooh,
what he expected and what he should have gotten. Rebuke, scorn, mockery,
I
condemnation.
think I am going to
He expects
make
it
a claim to
As he comes down through the dust toward that Middle Eastern village
make a claim here.
and toward the entrance, which
Next
would be where
phase.
the first
Go like
couple of
this.
little houses were. And then the story takes an amazing turn. But while he was still a long way off, hadn't reached the village yet, really important, his father saw him. What does that tell you? The father was what? Was looking.
And attack phase. Boom.
He was looking.
There
He
we
saw
go.
him. And listen to this. He felt compassion for him. Oh, no, the Pharisees say.
Oh, is he gonna slam my
This guy's
4?
worse. Come on.
Oh no.
How about
Okay.
a little anger, right? How about some tough love? This guy is just weak.
Make alliance.
He felt compassion, huh?
What?
Yeah, I did. What does compassion mean?
You could have used this
He
4
felt
up
in his
here.
own heart
What was
the
that?
pain of his lost son.
Make alliance.
And then,
Make
amazing,
alliance. Make alliance.
he ran. See that? It's a Greek word that means sprint. Middle Eastern noblemen don't sprint. Old men don't sprint. Middle Eastern noblemen don't run, they glide.
Huh.
Like a sort of Arabic moonwalk, you know? This is not dignified. I read some fascinating material on this written by Kenneth Bailey, who lived for many years in the Middle East and studied all the
Man, that
ways.
sucks.
If you look at the Middle Eastern garb today, you see it on the news all the time, the Arabic culture, all the robes go clear to
I
the
did
ground.
not like what happened
And
there. I
it is
just
a
got fucking.
shame upon any man, certainly any woman, but also any man to show any part of his legs. First of all, you don't run. It's not dignified to run. Secondly, you don't sprint. Which is the same word of someone who ran a race. Here comes the father at the high point of his house, looking down the dusty road. He sees his stinking, sinful son coming. Down out of there he comes, and at full speed runs through the middle of town. In order to do that, he has to pull up his robe. Oh. Do you know there's an Arabic word for robe, makhbout? You know what it means? That which brings me honor. If you know anything about the Middle Eastern culture, you know that covering is where the honor lies. And it's dishonorable to uncover anything. You see these women, you know, with only their eyes. But the father pulls up his robe.
And attack phase.
Yikes. And he's running at full speed. This is even embarrassing. You don't want to be running through town with your robe up. And then, in so doing, can you follow this? The father shifts the shame from the son to whom? To himself. See the picture here? The father is the seeker. And the father comes down. And he comes all the way down to the dusty street of our town. And he runs at full speed. and takes the scorn and the shame on himself that is due the sinner. And when he gets to the sinner, he gets to the sinner before the sinner gets to the village. Before the condemnation can begin, he gets to him, and look what he did, and embraced him. Oh. That's a sign. It's a sign of full reconciliation.
I would move.
Wait a minute, where's the restitution? Forget it. There is no restitution. Full reconciliation. Why? Because he came.
We're gonna move to right there. Hopefully, red goes
with a penitent
boom,
heart,
boom.
understanding that he was coming to a good, compassionate, forgiving Father.
I mean, not red. Blue goes boom.
He
I'm gonna
embraced him.
go to right
That
here,
pig,
and then hopefully red goes
stinking
boom,
sinner.
boom, into there because it's still 2 moves.
And then it
And
says
I'm
he
gonna get
kissed
my
him.
troops to right here.
And the
so
Greek
then
says he
next
kissed him,
turn,
kissed
I
him,
can
and
get
kissed
my
him, and
troops
kissed him,
up
and
into
kissed him,
there.
and all over the head. Just kept kissing him and kissing him. Yeah. Have you ever had a picture of God like that? That's bizarre, isn't it? Wait a minute. God is high and exalted. He is. But he condescended to come all the way down into our dusty world
Because he loves
and bring
us.
shame on himself to run through our town, to take the shame upon himself that was due to us, and he embraces the penitent sinner and kisses him all over his head. You ever see that picture of God before? And if he's saying to the Pharisees, if that's not your God, then you don't know God.
And attack phase.
You just think you do.
And turn.
The Son of Man has come to seek and to save that which was
Let's
lost.
see what my cards are. Don't have a trade yet.
Well, wait a minute. What should have been
Fuck you.
done? He should have been scorned. He should have been slapped. He should have been beaten. He should have been given an audience with his father at a distance, and then he should have been set on a course to work off all his debt. No. There's one word for this action. You ready for it? Grace. And guess what? Legalists have no category for grace. It makes them mad. Makes them angry. Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
when he gave the speech, remember he rehearsed the speech? Back in verses 18 and 19, I'll go to my father, I'll say to him, I sinned against heaven and your sight, I'm no longer worthy to be called your son. Make me as one of your hired men. That was the religious system. I'll earn my reconciliation. But when he gets back, after he's been embraced and kissed all over his head, the son does give his speech. He says, Father, I have sinned against heaven, and in your sight, I'm no longer worthy to be called your son, period. What does he leave out? What did he leave out? Make me one of your hired men. Why? Moot point. Doesn't have to work it off. He understood he had just received grace.
Grace.
Lavish, over the top, grace. Now this is commensurate with God rejoicing over one sinner who repents, and God's joy being like the joy of a bridegroom on his wedding day, and God's joy being so great
Does he
that he
leave it
just
there?
yells
No. Okay, cool.
across infinite heaven. The boy is given reconciliation immediately, restoration and forgiveness,
Please.
and
don't do
has
that.
nothing to earn. He came with a rabbinic idea, a Jewish idea, a legalistic idea, a typical religious idea that you earn your way to God. And he was so smothered by sovereign grace and accepted it so fully that he understood he had been given full sonship just because he came, trusting and penitent. Who is the Father? Oh, easy, right? God in Christ, coming down from heaven, just like
Boom.
it is
Beautiful.
God in Christ who is the shepherd who finds the lost sheep, It is God in Christ who is the woman who finds the lost coin. And by the way, it is God who initiates. He is the seeker who finds the sinner before the sinner can find him. Do you remember Romans 3? No man seeks after God. God is the seeker. God's love for the penitent is lavish, pure grace, apart from any works.
He didn't want to open up.
God finds His joy in the salvation of one sinner who repents. My, what a party must be going on in heaven. We're not used to seeing God like this. God seems too unrestrained here for us. Well, it leads to a shameful rejoicing. Shameful rejoicing in verse 22. Shameful by the Pharisees' standard. Father said to his slaves, bring out the best robe. What's that? Well, every father had a best robe, right? This is your blue suit, guys. This is the best you've got. Or your tux that you go rent. This is what you use for the big events. Every father had a robe. Probably was his father's robe. Got passed down only for those very, very auspicious occasions. It usually would be reserved for the oldest son's wedding. Get that best robe.
He attacked my 3.
What is that?
I guess that was
giving him
one
my dignity. I'm giving him my full honor. This is just amazing, isn't it? And there's no works here. There's no restitution of anything. This is just pure, unexpurgated, unmitigated grace. Make him a son. I give him my full honor, my full dignity. Put my ring on his finger, and the ring was a signet ring that had the possibility to stamp in wax to authenticate a document. Give him my dignity and give him my authority. And put shoes on his feet. Mistos, the hired men were barefoot. Only servants in the household and sons wore sandals. Full privileges of the house. This is what happens to the most extreme, wretched sinner Jesus could invent. He is lavished and smothered in grace for the sheer joy of God, who grants to that sinner honor, authority, and full sonship.
I'm going to wait one more time.
At this point, the Pharisees would be looking for a skyhook to get him out of this. This is just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. And by the way, I love one word, taku, in verse 22. Quickly. Indicating this is instantaneous. The incredible miracle of salvation. In verse 23, bring the fattened calf. That would have been saved normally for the older brother's wedding. Bring the fattened calf. You figure it would feed between 200 and 300 people. Kill it. That would be a bit of a process that day to hack that calf up and chop it up, and it would be a big village barbecue. Let's eat and let's be merry. You don't think of God as having a party, but there's a nonstop party in heaven pictured here. And by the way, can I just add a note here? This is not in honor of the Son. This is in honor of the Father. And it's in honor of such lavish compassion, forgiveness, reconciliation. The celebration going on in heaven is not in honor of the sinner. It is in honor of the Savior. Well, this is just the final outrage to the Pharisees. Final outrage. But for the father, verse 24, the son of mine was dead. That's why I say they had a funeral. He was dead. They had an actual funeral, typically. He's now come to life again. He was lost, he's been found. How's that metaphor? You get that one? Dead in trespasses and sin, made alive. All in this instant of reconciliation. And they began to be merry. And the party is on full blast. Well, guess who's not around? Now his older brother, verse 25. Well, interesting. A lot of stuff going on he didn't know about, right? You say, well, why didn't the father go tell him? He had no relationship with the father. The father had no relationship with him. They were totally estranged and alienated. You say, but he stayed home. Yeah. He hung around the house. It was more his style of sin. Not everybody is a prodigal. Some are religious hypocrites. But his father had no relationship with him, and he had no relationship with the father. The father saw no role for him to play in the event. The father knew he would have no joy over that son's return.
Going to North America now. Good move.
And if the Pharisees are listening, the older son is them. Right? They were the ones complaining that the sinners were coming to Jesus and he was receiving them. And now the Pharisees, who have been the audience, enter the story. Now his older brother was in the field, and when he came and approached the house, the end of his duties out there, whatever he was doing, he heard music and dancing. The thing is full on. Father communicated nothing with him.
Red made the dumbest move right there. Fucking... He just lost a bunch of troops and traded for... North America. Huh. Let's see what I have here. I don't have a trade. Why would you go down into there? Let's see if I have a trade for the next turn. Yeah, I do. Alright, let's see. Dumb move. If red doesn't have a trade, I kill him. I'll have to do a round. Go around the world to kill him. Fuck, he does have a trade. Shit. Does he break me, though?
Have no relationship. He summoned one of the servants outside around the party, began inquiring, what in the world is going on?
He doesn't break me.
And he said to him, your brother has come, and your father has killed the fattened calf, because he has received him back safe and sound. In the Greek, that's related to the Hebrew word shalom. Peace has come. Reconciliation has come. Verse 28. And he became what? Angry. Yeah, that takes you right back to verse 2. When all the sinners were coming to Jesus, the Pharisees were angry. Legalists are always the enemies of grace. They hate the gospel of grace. They want to earn it. Of course he's angry. He is as lost as his brother. He too had no relationship with the Father.
Yes, continue
He
attacking
hides
that.
his lusts, though.
Ah, fuck.
He hides the wretchedness of his wicked heart. And he performs on the outside to please the Father in order to hang on to his riches. He's got a little different spin on life. He doesn't want to waste his money with prostitutes. He wants to hoard it and keep up the illusion of his obedience and allegiance, because it'll get him more, he thinks. But to the Pharisees, he appears like the righteous, honorable, sensible guy, because he's them.
Yeah, he breaks.
He became angry, was not willing, verse 28,
If he
to go
stays
in.
there, I'm
His father
moving
came
too.
out and began entreating him. Wow.
Is this a bot?
Here again is condescension. Here
Oh, it's a
again
bot.
is God in Christ coming down even to the hypocrites. In the latter months of Jesus' ministry, every time he spoke to a crowd, almost, the Pharisees were there, and he kept extending the same kingdom invitations to them that he extended to the extreme sinners on the immoral side. They were the extreme sinners on the moral side. Jesus continued to offer them entrance into his kingdom. Many sinners came, as far as we know, in all the Gospels. Only one Pharisee ever came, whose name we know, and that was Nicodemus. Tough to reach legalists and hypocrites. But from their viewpoint, he was righteous. Verse 29, he answered and said to his father, "Look!" Oh, wow. How about a little respect? Even the prodigal said, "Father, look! For so many years I've been serving you, and I've never neglected a command of yours, and you've never given me a goat, let alone a calf, to have a party with my friends. What did I ever get out of you?"
Is he still a
Oh,
bot?
he's really pent up, angry, hostile. Legalists, again I say it, hate grace. They hate the gospel of grace. That's why the liberals continue to attack the Christian gospel.
Yeah.
And so do every other form of false kinds of Christianity and religion. But when this son, verse 30, of yours came, who has devoured your wealth with harlots, prostitutes, you kill the fattened calf for him. And this is a pretty shameful reply, I'd say. And it just pictures the Pharisees so perfectly. No category for grace. They despise it. But the Father is compassionate. And in verse 31, he said, "My child," the tenderness in that. The Son says, "Look!" Like, "Look, buddy." Disdain. But the Father says, "My child, you've always been with me. All that is mine is yours." And I always think of all those people in false forms of Christianity who have a Bible in their hand. It's all there, isn't it? It's all there. It's always been there. We had to be merry. We had to rejoice. We didn't have any other option. For this brother of yours was dead and has begun to live, was lost and has been found. You get the picture here. God cannot restrain his joy every time a sinner repents. because it is another exhibit of his incomprehensible, lavish grace. And the party in heaven is about the grace of the Father, the grace of the Father, the wonderful grace that the angels don't experience but want to look into to understand. Well, that's not an ending. That just stopped. What happened? I don't see anything between verse 32 and chapter 16, do you? Well, what happened? Well, first, I give you a little picture of the linguistics
I'm just going to keep
going
getting
on
cards off of red, honestly.
Stories that were told in the Middle East, even in the time of Jesus, have some very interesting formats. Typically, they run sort of in a parallel fashion. And a prolonged story like this should have balance in this sense. If there were 8 stanzas going from the introduction of the younger son to the reconciliation with the father, there should then be 8 stanzas dealing from the father's starting the celebration through the encounter with the second son. And you can show this. Kenneth Bailey in his research has shown how these stories are told that way, because if you were living in a culture where everything was passed on verbally, it was a memorizing device to work your way through parallel stanzas. Problem is, this has 8 and 7. Where's the last one? I'll tell you what. How about I write the last one? All right? Here's the last one. The older brother, seeing the compassion of his father, repented of his hypocrisy, embraced by the father, walked back to the celebration to enter the joy. You like that? Unfortunately, it's not the ending. You want the real ending? Listen. Upon hearing his father's words, the older son picked up a piece of wood and beat his father to death. That's the real ending. That is the ending. It was the Pharisees and the rest of the hypocrites who took the incarnate God and killed him with wood. And they even said, "Let his blood be on us." And you know what? While the older brother was pummeling the father to death, he was saying, someone has to protect the honor of this society. Someone has to protect the righteousness of this family. Someone has to uphold justice. You are shameful. You are shameful. You are evil. You are satanic. As he crushed out his life, thinking he had risen to the heights of righteous judgment. That's what happened. But the irony is, the father, being beaten to death, paid the penalty of death for every sinner, hypocrite or profligate, who repents and comes to him.
Okay.
So it all ends at the cross. Silently, but that's where it's headed.
All right, now we just keep
Why did
that
God go to the
bot
cross?
alive.
Why did he let them
Because he's
beat
going to
him
slam
to
into
death?
that fucking 26,
Crucified.
hopefully. Especially if he has a There we go. Yeah, smart. Because he knows that that's
I
a
am.
bot.
Listen to this. Fixing our eyes on Jesus, Hebrews 12:2, the author and perfecter of faith. Listen to this. Who for the joy set before him endured the cross, despising the what? The shame. He gladly took the shame for the joy. Father, we thank you for the power of your word, the power of your truth.
This is still a bot.
We thank you that this book is alive. We feel like we've got dirt on our feet from being there in the village when all this unfolded.
Okay, now I'm gonna
We
kill
understand it.
Red.
A fresh, new grasp of grace
Great. If
fills our minds.
it doesn't.
Oh, Lord, we thank you that you've been gracious to us, whether we came
Nope.
as the extreme profligate or whether we came as the extreme hypocrite or anything in
Black
between.
doesn't. It also gives me a better.
You can save to the uttermost all who come to you. And in an instant comes reconciliation, forgiveness, sonship, lavish affection and love. And you give us the right to become children of God.
And attack.
Thank you for this glorious message of grace. May it penetrate our hearts in a fresh way.
I want North America,
And
so.
we give you the glory, for you are
Oh!
the loving, compassionate
Are you gonna break me?
Father who came down and took our shame.
Okay, no.
We love you.
He
in
doesn't
Christ's
break
name.
me.
Amen.
You've been watching a special program originating at a VCY America rally. Audio tapes or CDs are available of this presentation for a donation of $5. Or you may obtain a videotape or DVD for a donation of $20. Write VCY Tape Ministry, 3434 West Kilbourne Avenue, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53208. Or you may call 1-800-729-9829. This rally has been a special presentation of VCY America.
Does he break me? No. Okay, good.
Waiting for confirmation. There it is. Okay, so I did my long study, over 200.
Are they allowing me? They allowed me to have 2 territories? Okay, they can't.
200
They
hours
can't
of
allow me
research
to
on the
have
topic
2
of divorce and remarriage.
territories
Then I did my
again.
long 3-hour teaching on the topic.
There's no way.
And that video has already been produced. Here it is right here. And you can find a link to it in the description below if you're interested. Now, what I did in that video is I said, hey guys, here's like every issue I can think of, all the issues and stuff. But I want to answer
don't
your
even look
questions.
like I'm trying
I'll
to
take
be greedy.
your questions and your pushback, and I'll make a follow-up video. This is that follow-up
'Cause I
video.
moved
I
all of
combed
my
through over
troops.
1,000 comments on the original video. There's I don't know how many
Oh,
comments
yeah.
are on there now. There's like over 1,000, well
That
over
was
1,000,
fine.
and
I'm fine with that.
you guys asked questions. Some I had dealt with, but maybe not in enough.
I just wanted a better placement. And I got it.
enough detail. Others I hadn't even thought about to put into this long teaching video for whatever reason. So we're doing it today. This is that video going through your questions and your pushback on my teaching on divorce and remarriage. Again, this is me. This is my best understanding of the topic. I'm not the Bible, and I'm not the Pope, and I'm not telling you, like I'm some infallible source for you. Rather, I think I've built a biblical case for my position, and that I want to answer you pushing back and asking questions of that case. So here we are today. You can actually find, if you're watching this after the fact, if you're not watching live, by the way, welcome to the live viewers. But if you don't watch live, you can actually watch after the fact.
Hey, you called?
I was just wondering if you're buckled up for World War.
Yeah, I'm on stream, so I just looked up the articles about it. Yeah, that's crazy. How many U.S. began to carry out strikes against Iran-backed militant groups? Huh, that's crazy. Let's go.
If you're paying attention, that's
No, I wasn't. Well, I hadn't read about it yet. I was playing a game of Risk, so and it happened since I started.
They're playing Risk on the stage right now.
Yeah, they're actually playing Risk
Yeah.
with the world.
All right.
All right, I'll see you later.
Bye, love you.
Love you too. Bye. Huh. Oh, they just struck the U.S. just struck a bunch of Iran military targets. Like a ton of them. Target bases. Between two bases.
What are you reading about?
Us going into war.
It's not. Did you know this? Just the news are not. The news is not.
Yeah, it happened It happened a few minutes ago. Like 30 minutes ago is when they started.
So they're going to war.
Let's read this. Here, after my turn, we'll start reading. Uh-oh. Wait. Fuck. Usually. Okay. End attack phase. Boom. Alright, at 2 p.m., Biden retaliated. Strike with the risk of escalation and political consequence experts. Biden is facing a turning point in the Middle East conflict that carries significant risk and escalation and heavy election year consequences. The White House, ahead of military strikes, was, according to some believe, will send a clear message to Iran proxy groups to stop attacking another region of choice. Let's see if alright, let's watch this.
Mueller.
Good afternoon. We're coming back on the air at this hour with new reporting on these U.S.-led airstrikes now underway. Retaliation against Iranian-backed militants after the deadly drone attack on 3 U.S. soldiers at a remote base.
I wonder how many.
I want to bring in Louis Martinez, who leads our Pentagon reporting team, and he's at the Pentagon. Louis, what more have we learned about this U.S.-led effort now underway?
David, we've learned that there are from 4 officials that there have been the start of retaliatory airstrikes in both Iraq and in Syria. This is in response to that deadly incident in Jordan at that base known as Tower 22, where 3 Army reservists lost their lives and as many as 47 others were injured. We understand that these strikes are targeting areas that belong to some of these militia groups that were believed to be responsible for those attacks that was carried out by a drone against the Tower 22 base that led to so many of those casualties. But the officials telling us that the strikes are underway, hitting multiple targets, and this is something that's going to be going on for multiple days. That's something that we've been hearing from officials throughout the week. And another thing is that this is going to be multi-tiered. One of the things that we've heard is that, yes, Iraq and Syria were definitely on the table, as possibly as well as Yemen, where Houthi militants have been striking at commercial shipping lanes in the Red Sea and in the Gulf of Aden.
And Louis, I know you and the team were reporting earlier from the Pentagon on initial airstrikes that were confirmed there at the Pentagon. You have learned additional reporting on that they were hitting some of the same areas, some of the same militia groups being looked at, perhaps targeted by the U.S. Unclear if that was the tip of the spear in this U.S.-led attack or who, in fact, was behind the initial strikes that took place just moments before this all officially began.
That's right, David. We are told that there were airstrikes underway in various locations that are affiliated with some of these groups that have carried out these attacks against U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria. And it is unclear who carried out the airstrikes. Spoken to multiple Pentagon officials who will not disclose who was behind these airstrikes. But the reality is that there were airstrikes that were carried out in these locations, as you said, that targeted similar areas, similar towns, similar areas affiliated with those militia groups that are responsible for the more than 160, now 65 attacks against U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria.
Louis Martinez at the Pentagon. Louis, thanks, and stay with us here. I want to bring in our Chief Global Affairs Correspondent, Martha Raddatz, reporting from Jordan, as she has been for several nights here. And Martha, what more are you learning at this hour about this broader U.S.-led airstrike, how long this could last, and the internal debate that led to how to go forward and which option the president chose?
There was a lot of internal debate, and the fear is still there, David. They want this to be very significant, but there are some in the Pentagon who say this will probably deter these militant groups, and others worry that it will trigger an escalation because these strikes, according to officials, will be different. It will be a much more powerful show of force than we have seen over the last months and weeks. Going after the Houthis, going after these militant groups, those were really just storage areas and things that didn't seem to make much of a difference. You and I have talked so many times over recent weeks that deterrence simply hasn't worked. But this time, you had a loss of life. They had to respond in a different way. And they have said for months that if an American was killed, that was a red line. So what I believe you will see, according to officials I have spoken to, is missiles into Syria, missiles into Iraq, and possibly into Yemen as well, because all of those groups have been attacking U.S. forces. As Louis said, there have been more than 165 attacks on U.S. forces. Now, I was up in the area in Jordan, in a very similar area to where Tower 22 is. There are very remote locations. Let's just remind people that that drone approached, that the air defense systems and people there thought it might be a U.S. surveillance drone, so that drone kept on going. They do believe that drone was launched from Iraq, so that is one big reason for strikes in Iraq. But Syria, there are Iranian assets in Syria. There are IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, inside Syria. They have not and will not, as far as we know from U.S. officials, strike in Iran itself, although you have heard again and again U.S. officials saying these are Iran-backed groups. Iran is responsible, but that was a red line to Joe Biden. He did not want, he had misgivings about going actually after Iran because he feared, as many do, that the war would escalate.
Martha Raddatz reporting on the president's concerns there about any kind of direct action against Iran, which is why we're hearing so far these U.S.-led strikes have been on Iraq and in Syria against these Iranian-backed militias that have been firing these drones throughout the region in recent weeks. And of course, the president deciding to act in this way after the deaths of 3 American soldiers. I want to show you images at home before we go to Mary Bruce here. A short time ago, the president and the first lady welcoming home the remains of those 3 soldiers. The dignified transfer, a very solemn ceremony. Sergeant William Rivers, Sergeant Breonna Moffett, and Sergeant Kennedy Sanders. And as we have reported here, Sanders and Moffett posthumously promoted to sergeant. We saw the president, the first lady there, the defense secretary there. And I want to bring in Mary Bruce. Mary, as you know, we showed that phone call between the president and the parents of these families and the soldiers.
Defense Austin said to U.S. military forces at Biden's direction conducted strikes on 7 faculty inside Iraq and Syria, the Iran Islamic Revolutionary. Break again or no? I don't know if see if anyone else breaks. If not, I'm gonna have to break this time. 7 faculty facilities inside Iraq. Revolutionary Guard Corps. I guess the statement. The president has directed additional action to hold the IRGC and military accountable for their attack on the U.S. coalition forces. These will unfold at times and places for our choosing, like Biden. I bet that actually. All right. Man, that's kind of scary, honestly. It's also really fucking scary because the recruitment is down right now, and my brother just turned 18, so. Let's look this up.
Welcome back to a brand new year at Clone High.
We're all gonna get along, and we're gonna be one big happy family. You tried to murder us like 3 months ago.
Clone High, streaming exclusively on Max.
We begin with breaking news in the Middle East. Good evening, I'm Gilma Avalos.
I'm Adam Cooperstein. The United States has launched attacks now in Iraq and in Syria, the first retaliatory strikes for the killing of 3 American soldiers.
News 4's Chris Glorioso is in the newsroom with the latest for us. Chris?
Well, U.S. Central Command now describing a devastating military response that has now taken place in the skies above Iraq and Syria, including airstrikes targeting the Quds Force, which is part of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. The U.S. says bombers have struck more than 85 targets. Some of the aircraft involved are long-range bombers flown all the way from the United States. Also, a Syrian human rights group reporting this afternoon there have been casualties on the ground in several rounds of airstrikes in eastern Syria. It was 6 days ago that an overnight drone strike on a U.S. base in Jordan killed 3 American soldiers and wounded dozens of...
We begin with breaking news in the Middle East. Good evening, I'm Gilma Avalos.
I'm Adam Cooperstein. The United States has launched attacks now in Iraq and in Syria, the first retaliatory strikes for the killing of 3 American soldiers.
News 4's Chris Glorioso is in the newsroom with the latest for us. Chris?
Well, U.S. Central Command now describing a devastating military response that has now taken place in the skies above Iraq and Syria, including airstrikes targeting the Quds Force, which is part of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. The U.S. says bombers have struck more than 85 targets. Some of the aircraft involved are long-range bombers flown all the way from the United States. Also, a Syrian human rights group reporting this afternoon there have been casualties on the ground in several rounds of airstrikes in eastern Syria. It
I just
was
hope that
6
you know
days
if I
ago
break
that
you,
an
I take.
overnight
If you
drone
break me,
strike
I
on
take
a
all
U.S.
of your
base
shit.
in Jordan killed 3 American soldiers and wounded dozens of other service members. And shortly after that, the Biden administration concluded Iran was ultimately responsible for funding and arming the group behind that drone strike. For its part, Iran's mission to the UN has said Iran had no connection and nothing to do with that deadly drone attack. But the Pentagon does not believe that. This week, the Pentagon pinned the blame on the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, an umbrella group representing several Iran-backed militia groups. The U.S. military says among the facilities struck today are command and control centers, intelligence centers, rocket and missile launch facilities, and munitions supply chain centers, all believed to be associated with these militia groups and
Why does his
with
face
the
look
Iranian
like that? He
Revolution-
looks like he shit himself.
Guard. Notably, the U.S. has not listed any targets struck inside the borders of Iran. Hitting inside Iran's borders would be considered a much riskier escalation of the regional conflict. The White House has said this military response will not be a one-off, but rather a multi-tiered retaliation. The question now just how expansive this counterattack will be. The U.S. balancing the desire to respond to the deadly drone attack, prevent further attacks, but also not wanting to escalate the conflict in the Middle East or risk an all-out war with Iran. And meanwhile, just today, the remains of those 3 American soldiers killed in that Jordan attack were returned home at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. President Biden attending that dignified transfer, and he privately met with some of the family members of those fallen service members. Back to you.
Okay, Chris Glorioso in the newsroom for us. Chris, thank you.
This is a
scary.
CBS News special report. I'm Nora O'Donnell in Washington, and we are coming on the air with breaking news. The U.S. has launched a series of retaliatory strikes in response to that deadly drone attack that killed 3 U.S. soldiers in Jordan last weekend. President Biden was given a number of options on how and when to respond to the deadly attack without trying to set off a wider war in the Middle East. The Pentagon has indicated that today's actions are to send a clear message that attacks on American troops and U.S. interests will not be tolerated. Let's bring in CBS News national security correspondent David Martin. He's at the Pentagon. And David, what are you hearing about these strikes?
Well, we are hearing from several officials that airstrikes have begun against about half a dozen different locations
See if anyone
inside
does anything.
Iraq and
If
Syria.
no one does anything, I go
and
on.
that these strikes include bombing runs by B-1 bombers. The B-1 is an aircraft that was originally designed to drop a nuclear weapon on the Soviet Union. It has been converted to a conventional bomber, and it is capable of carrying up to 75,000 pounds of bombs. So that's 2 of those planes involved in this strike.
I can't see why.
Now, the targets
anyone
here
would break
are
him
both
because
the militias that have been conducting these
Does he?
attacks and the Iranian facilities and personnel who have been aiding the militias, arming and training them to conduct these attacks. The administration has done such a job of telegraphing this strike ever since Monday, when President Biden said he had decided on a response, that you have to assume that all of the personnel that the U.S. might be looking for have gone to ground, either having left the country entirely or having surrounded themselves with women and children, which is usually a pretty good safeguard against getting hit by a U.S. bomb. So we're not probably going to get the individuals this time, but there are going to be a lot of locations that are damaged or destroyed.
David, thank you. Yeah, that's using some significant air power there in order to carry out those attacks. Also want to bring in Margaret Brennan, who is our chief foreign affairs correspondent and moderator of Face the Nation. And Margaret, let's talk about that. There has been some criticism of this administration that the president telegraphed that strikes were coming. There has been some reporting that a number of these Iranian intelligence and military officials who perhaps were in Syria and Iraq assisting those militias there have already fled. What do we know about that?
That's exactly right. David put his finger on that, and sources in the region told me as much, that a lot of those IRGC Quds Force trainers have left Iraq and Syria knowing this was coming, and that is also intentional by the United States. The U.S. has not assessed that Tehran directed this attack, but President Biden did say he holds Iran responsible for providing the weapons and the assistance to the militias that did. So they are drawing a distinction there, and part of this attempt is to avoid a direct conflict with the state of Iran, instead taking on these proxy forces. And this is not the first U.S. strike. In fact, January 23rd was the last time the U.S. hit Kataib Hezbollah, the militia underneath that umbrella organization that hit the United States, and the U.S. bombed in Baghdad at the beginning of January to take out one of the leaders as well.
Can you explain why that distinction matters? Because certainly for the families of those 3 U.S. soldiers who were killed, and there was that dignified transfer for them today, there is this question, of course, well, they are funded by Iran. They are using Iranian-made weapons and supplies. They've received the training. So what difference does it make whether they specifically ordered this attack or this drone to strike? Because there were multiple other strikes on this base, and there have been 100 total strikes on our U.S. personnel in the region.
Absolutely. And to those families, it makes no difference. They lost those 3 individuals, those 3 soldiers, 2 women and 1 man. There is no explanation here or splitting of hairs on the intelligence. But for those in the Situation Room trying to decide how to hit military targets without drawing the United States into a direct conflict with the regime in Tehran, they are putting a lot on that differentiation. They are also putting a lot on the idea that you can be Iranian directed in terms of financial planning and training, but not told to carry out the attack. And they have said time and again, both officials in the region and U.S. officials, that it is getting harder and harder to actually get these militias under control, because there is no longer one powerful general like there used to be when Qasem Soleimani, the legendary general, was in control, using these proxy forces to carry out Iran's will, but hiding behind them as well by trying to avoid that direct conflict. And remember, he was taken out by the Trump administration in a drone attack in 2020.
Right. We were just in the region, of course, and some of the criticism that has been levied by Republicans in Congress is that these have been pinprick attacks going after
meme. It's like, ooh, can you feel the tension in the air right now? I can feel it in my plums.
Infrastructure, going after weapons depots, but not going after command and control or the individuals that are carrying out or ordering these attacks or funding them.
An important point. Another one, and this was a conversation before this deadly attack on U.S. personnel, is whether President Biden will decide to keep U.S. military in the region to the extent he has them. There are about 3,400 U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria combined. And there were already talks about drawing down the 2,500 in Iraq. Does the president want to keep U.S. military personnel there when they are sometimes easy targets in these constant tit-for-tat attacks, or will he pull them out? That's under active diplomatic negotiation right now. And at U.S. embassies throughout the region, there's a heightened security alert to protect the personnel there.
CBS News reporting at this hour that these retaliatory strikes have begun in Iraq and Syria, ordered by the President of the United States. The Pentagon carrying out these attacks, according to our Pentagon correspondent David Martin, with B-1 bombers. And it comes on the very same day that the bodies of the 3 U.S. soldiers killed in Jordan, Sergeant William Rivers, Sergeant Kennedy Sanders, and Sergeant Breonna Moffett, returned to the U.S. today. We saw President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. They were at Dover Air Force Base just today in Delaware for this dignified transfer of their remains. Want to bring in CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. And Nancy, this is one of the most solemn tasks that a president can do.
It is, Nora, and it's only the second time that Mr. Biden, as president, has had to do it. Today, of course, he was paying his respects to these 3 soldiers who died in Jordan, 2 of whom were posthumously promoted to sergeant this week. But back in August of 2021, just about 7 months after he took office, He was at Dover welcoming home the bodies of 13 U.S. service members who were killed in that bombing at the Kabul airport in the final chaotic days of the U.S. pullout from Afghanistan. You could clearly see the anguish on the president's face there today. He was joined by the Secretary of Defense, who was using a cane after recently being hospitalized. He was there with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and with the families of these 3 victims. They were off camera. You couldn't see them, but they were seated there. And before their loved ones were taken off of that military jet in preparation for their funerals, we are told that the president had an opportunity to actually meet with those family members in a room there at Dover Air Force Base to pay his respects in person.
Nancy Cordes at the White House reporting today about the president being there for that dignified transfer. Thank you so much.
I almost just want to kill
recap,
Black,
CBS News
but then I
reporting
lose.
now the U.S. has begun conducting those strikes in Iraq and Syria to retaliate for that drone attack that killed 3 U.S. soldiers. David Martin saying this is a half a dozen locations in Iraq and Syria, and that the aircraft involved included 2 B-1 bombers. Our coverage will continue on CBS News, streaming your local news, and tonight, right on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm Norah O'Donnell in Washington.
This is not good.
As expected, we are now getting word from a U.S. defense official that the retaliation has begun. That U.S. airstrikes from multiple platforms have begun in the retaliation for the deaths of 3 U.S. service members whose bodies were transferred to Dover, Delaware today. Jennifer Griffin is reporting that the strikes are at targets in Syria, and Jennifer is joining us right now from the Pentagon. Jennifer, good to have you with us. Obviously, we've been waiting for word that this is underway. Tell us what you're learning.
Well, Martha, what I'm hearing from senior U.S. defense officials is that strikes from multiple U.S. platforms have begun against targets in Syria. They may not be limited to those targets in Syria, but the first explosions have been heard on the ground, and we can now confirm from a U.S. defense official that the U.S. is involved in those targeted airstrikes. They would not tell me exactly which platforms were firing, but we do know that B-1B Lancer bombers have been deployed to the region. Those are, of course, the Air Force's largest. It's a supersonic warplane that can drop the largest conventional payload. You also have multiple U.S. destroyers in the region that can fire Tomahawks. You have the USS Florida, which is a submarine that also is loaded with about 150 Tomahawk missiles. We've been expecting this. This has been the sort of the worst kept secret in Washington. The president said earlier this week that he had taken a decision. We knew that U.S. Central Command had put together a series of targets, a campaign, if you will. We heard from Defense Secretary Austin yesterday here in the Pentagon briefing room that this would be a multi-tiered and multi-day, if not multi-week, campaign against these Iranian proxies that have been threatening U.S. forces, firing up to 166 times in the last few months at U.S. bases, killing 3 Americans. Those 3 brave Americans were returned home in a dignified transfer just moments ago. The president, the defense secretary, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the head of the Army were all there to greet those 3 American soldiers who died when the Iranian-backed proxy fired that drone on Sunday while they were sleeping in their barracks. So that ceremony is over at Dover, and now we're told this is the beginning of what we're told is a long campaign over the coming days to target those Iranian-backed proxies. The problem is, Martha, as we've also been reporting, there's been so much telegraphing that most of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps have been pulled out of those bases, have returned to Tehran, to Iran, and many of those proxy groups have gone into hiding. Martha.
Well, that's not surprising, given the fact that it's also been made pretty clear that the targets would not be inside of Iran. They would be in Syria and likely in Iraq. And as you're reporting, the early stage here appears to be aimed at Syria. I guess one of the questions, Jennifer, is we have seen these more than 166 attacks on U.S. bases in these areas, and it felt inevitable that at some point there would be, sadly, a loss of life on these U.S. bases, which we saw at Tower 22, which is in the sort of northeastern corner of Jordan and provides security services over the areas in Syria, refugee camps, and the like. What would be the likely targets in order to disable the ability to carry out these kinds of attacks? What can we learn about what they are likely hitting?
Well, remember, Martha, the 166 attacks, what has been so extraordinary, and you did feel as though it was only a matter of time before one of these drones or rockets or ballistic missiles got through to the bases. But the air defense systems at these bases has been really extraordinary. They've shot down most of these drones. A lot of these missiles and rockets have missed their targets. The Iranian targeting system is not that great, frankly. But the proxies, if they have missed their targets on numerous occasions, even though they have been trying. Don't get me wrong, they've been trying to kill Americans and U.S. forces in each of these 166 attacks. Sunday's attack was a little different because it was a drone that basically there was confusion because an American drone was returning to this American outpost. And so it was a terrible coincidence and led to some confusion, and that Iranian proxy drone was able to come into the base. In terms of targets, you can expect, and what we're hearing is in this first wave, Syria, and I'm told by well-placed sources that Iraq bases in Iraq for these Iranian proxies will also be hit. I would expect storage facilities, places where these drones and ballistic missiles had been stored and kept would be targeted. I would expect the leaders of some of these groups to be targeted. You've seen the U.S. has been one of the reasons that it took a few days, I think, to get everything into position is that there's always intelligence being gathered about the movement of the leaders of these proxy groups. The U.S. has very significant eyes on from the sky on these various proxy groups and their leaders. But the problem is they can blend in, as we've seen elsewhere in the Middle East. You can blend into the civilian population easily. You can hide inside mosques. You can hide inside hospitals. And so a lot of these groups have gone to ground at this point, and it's not quite that easy to target them when it's been messaged for so many days that the U.S. would respond. But I would expect many of these bases that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps have been using. You also have seen, and it's quite interesting, that a number of IRGC Iranian commanders in Syria itself, down closer to Damascus, have been targeted and killed in recent days. Those were Israeli airstrikes separate from this, but the Iranians have been getting a clear message and pulled a lot of those IRGC commanders out for fear that this campaign over the next few days and weeks would target them. So I would expect probably more than a dozen, possibly up to 2 dozen targets. I would expect that the strikes, the U.S. strikes, would be in Syria and Iraq. I do not believe that there will be targeting down into Yemen at this time, despite all of these incredible numbers of missiles being fired by the Houthis from Yemen into the shipping lanes in the Red Sea and targeting U.S. warships. I think that the U.S. military and the White House want to keep these different theaters separate, and this right now is a targeted campaign, a response to the killing of those 3 Americans, the wounding of 41 Americans, and I think the targets will all be in Syria and Iraq.
The point that you just made, I want to ask you about, Jennifer, because there's been sort of a two-pronged narrative in terms of framing how people should look at all of this. And one of the things that we think came likely out of the State Department was this message that Iran doesn't really know what the proxies are doing, that they do not have strings attached to all of them, and that sometimes they go off and do their own thing with weapons that they might have acquired from Iran, which seeks to give a little space between these proxies and Iran, which, I think there's some dispute over whether or not that's really merited to look at it that way. The other thing is that there's been an effort on the part of the Defense Secretary and the President to say that these things aren't connected to what happened on October 7th. They say, well, Gaza is Gaza. That's a whole separate thing. What we're working on now are these hot spots that are happening in Iran and Syria.
What is this person doing?
And yet this group calls itself the Islamic Resistance as sort of an umbrella over all of these efforts. So your thoughts on how they're trying to frame this and whether or not it's accurate.
Well, they're tying themselves in pretzels because the common theme to all of these attacks, whether it is Hamas attacking Israel, whether it's Hezbollah in Lebanon, whether it's the Houthis or the whatever group, whatever they want to call themselves now in Iraq and Syria, they all have one thing in common. They are Iranian proxies. They would not exist without the money and the weapons that are provided by Iran. But it is also accurate to say, and I've been covering the Houthis for many years now,
Not what I
Iranians
wanted.
do not have perfect command and control over the Houthis. The Houthis are a bit unruly, and they can't just be called by the IRGC and said, stop now. It's not a light switch that you turn on and off. They've created these proxies. They've armed them to the teeth. Now, could Iran stop funding them? Could they stop providing weapons? Yes, they could, and they haven't. And that is where Iran is culpable. But it is extremely clear from listening to U.S. leaders that they do not want to have an all-out war with Iran. They are hoping that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, with the targeting that's going to be taking place and the loss of bases and storage facilities in the coming days and weeks, that Iran gets the message to cool it in Syria and Iraq, because U.S. forces are not pulling out. They're there as part of an anti-ISIS coalition. They're not there to fight with Israel against Hamas. They're not there to fight the Houthis. They are, it may sound confusing to our audience, but these are three different, they're all interconnected because of the Iranian.
Fucking think that you're gonna pull your stack up on me like that? Oh, you'll break me, but not him?
Thread, but they are three different theaters, and the reason the U.S. wants to keep them separate, even though it gets overlapped and confusing at times, is that, you know, they really are trying to avoid an all-out regional war in the Middle East, and we're very close to one breaking out. You heard that from Secretary of State Blinken. You heard from the president of Iran today with his veiled threats that if Iran is bullied, that they will respond. So the question is, how do you send a message, reestablish deterrence, and not have an all-out war? And that is really what they're navigating today, and we'll see what happens with these airstrikes and whether it has an effect. There are many who have argued that it's too little too late, and that it's going to take a lot more than a few days or weeks of airstrikes to reestablish deterrence.
So you said that you do not expect to see anything in Yemen. In a piece this week in the Wall Street Journal, an editorial piece, they called for the sinking of an Iranian spy ship in the Red Sea to send a very strong message. And as you just point out, we have to sort of carry these strikes out and then wait to see if the message is strong enough, if it's effective. The whole point of all of this is to push them back on their heels and get them to stop, right?
I think that is the goal. And when you look at a multi-tiered campaign like CENTCOM has put forward and is starting to be executed, as we see in the coming hours and days, there's going to be an escalation to this. So this first night, they're sending a signal. They're going to take out certain assets, and then you'll see, how does Iran respond? How do the Iranian proxies respond? How do the Houthis respond? If the Houthis are quiet, then there may be some room for a shift in targeting. If the Houthis decide to go all in and target U.S. warships, well, then all bets are off, and then the sites in Yemen will be targeted. So all of this is based on the reaction from the enemy. Iran has a vote. Iranian proxies have a vote. The U.S. military is trying to send a very clear message, but they certainly have enough firepower in the region If you look at all the Navy vessels, all of the destroyers, the submarines, the aircraft carrier, the Eisenhower that are there, and then you now have B-1B bombers coming in into that airspace. These are very, very lethal. You have the entire Air Force at the ready. You have the USS Bataan, which has F-35s and Harriers that are capable of vertical takeoff. You've got a lot of firepower, and so they're going to send a message tonight. They're going to see how the enemy responds, and it's going to be a campaign, we're told. And if the Iranians don't respond well, and if the Iranian proxies don't respond well, I'm told it will escalate. But you don't come out off the bat and sink. Arguably, you have choices here, and I believe that what you're more likely to see, based on my studying this over time and having discussions with people, is you're going to see a first play, and then if it escalates, the U.S. is prepared to go further.
Jennifer, thank you very much. We'll give you some time to see what you can learn about the specificity of these strikes, where these hits are, what they look like, what kind of assets we're using in the initial stages of this retaliatory attack against Syria and sites in Syria and Iraq that are Iran proxy bases for all of the action that we have been seeing recently. Jennifer, thank you very much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Hey, CoverGirls. Plant Power? It's a game changer. Introducing the ultimate plant-powered mascara called Cleantopia. 300% extreme lush volume. Now in dramatic ultramarine black. Cleantopia Mascara, ultramarine black. From CoverGirl.
This is an ABC News special report. Now reporting, David Muir.
Good afternoon. We're coming back on the air at this hour with new reporting on these U.S.-led airstrikes now underway. Retaliation against Iranian-backed militants after the deadly drone attack on 3 U.S. soldiers at a remote base in Jordan. Now,
I want these people to know that I'm not afraid to fucking kill them.
I want to bring in Louis Martinez.
That's crazy. I wonder if there's any other.
As expected, we are now getting word from a U.S. defense official that the retaliation has begun. That U.S. airstrikes from multiple platforms have begun in the retaliation for the deaths of 3 U.S. service members whose bodies were transferred to Dover, Delaware today. Jennifer Griffin is reporting that the strikes are at targets in Syria. And Jennifer is joining us right now from the Pentagon. Jennifer, good to have you with us. Obviously, we've been waiting for word that this is underway. Tell us what you're learning.
Well, Martha, what I'm hearing from senior U.S. defense officials is that strikes from multiple U.S. platforms have begun against targets in Syria. They may not be limited to those targets in Syria, but the first explosions have been heard on the ground, and we can now confirm from a U.S. defense official that the U.S. is involved in those targeted airstrikes. They would not tell me exactly which platforms were firing, but we do know that B-1B Lancer bombers have been deployed to the region. Those are, of course, the Air Force's largest. It's a supersonic warplane that can drop the largest conventional payload. You also have multiple U.S. destroyers in the region that can fire Tomahawks. You have the USS Florida, which is a submarine that also is loaded with about 150 Tomahawk missiles. We've been expecting this. This has been the sort of the worst kept secret in Washington. The president said earlier this week that he had taken a decision. We knew that U.S. Central Command had put together a series of targets, a campaign, if you will. We heard from Defense Secretary Austin yesterday here in the Pentagon briefing room that this would be a multi-tiered and multi-day, if not multi-week, campaign against these Iranian proxies that have been threatening U.S. forces, firing up to 166 times in the last few months at U.S. bases, killing 3 Americans. Those 3 brave Americans were returned home in a dignified transfer just moments ago. The president the Defense Secretary, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the head of the Army were all there to greet those 3 American soldiers who died when the Iranian-backed proxy fired that drone on Sunday while they were sleeping in their barracks. So that ceremony is over at...
Well, that's shorts. Was all this all from 2 hours ago? All right, I'm back to in the lead. Fuck yes. I had to kill that guy because he was gonna gun for me. He made a move to attack me. So I had to. What? Give me 1 second. What? Look at what? Oh, you got a mask on. Nice. That's funny. Fuck, he doesn't. No. Ooh. All right. Oh, what the fuck? That was weird. Alright, so I've got him down. All I need to do is out-generate blue, and yes! If he's moving like that, that means that he's attacking. Yes! Yes! I'm waiting to out-generate you. let's see. Once I have quite a bit more than, once I have more than him, I'll start. I'll open them up. There we go. US hit Iran proxies. US hit Iranian proxies in Iraq, Syria. Reasons for the deadly strikes. US military has mounted a series of air and missile strikes against Iranian proxies in Iraq and Syria. NPR has confirmed in so both of these guys have troops locked in. Okay. I'm vastly outgenerating these guys. What's if he breaks me? What are you doing? Don't open him up. No. We don't want that. Shit. Now he keeps it so he's opened up. beautiful. Alright, I think that after this I'm gonna have more than blue. And they are letting me get away with more, with 21. Is he gonna let me get away with 21 territories? Am I gonna get away with another 21 territories? This is ridiculous. I don't even want to attack because it's too many territories. This is too many territories. What the fuck? I don't even know what to do right now. I'm scared of how big I am. I'm afraid that it's gonna scare other people. Bro, what? what the fuck is going on here. I don't even know what to do. I think that they're afraid because I'm so big that whoever attacks me dies. Oh. Can you feel the tension right now? Good strat. That was a good. No. Oh. You're supposed to pick who you suicide into to make them lose, not just... Well, I win. That was a fun game. Okay. Five PM. What time is it now? Right, yeah, I can go this way. Actually, there we go.
Recently, George Janko had Girls Gone Bible on his podcast, and the conversation of
Girls
profanity
Gone
came
Bible.
up. Now, George has been transparent that he has a foul mouth, and
I have a filthy mouth. I have a filthy mouth.
you know, he doesn't know if it's sinful or not. Well, apparently, they ended up having a conversation with him about this, and the conclusion may shock you. Let's jump into this conversation. Around the 50. $7-minute mark.
Really curious your opinion on it. What do you think about cussing?
Cussing?
Yeah. What is your take on it?
Yeah, so the reason why it doesn't affect my heart too much, because I know my God doesn't judge like swearing like that. And mind you, like, yes, I do. I have to change now. Okay, let me rephrase this. I have to change now because God put me in a place for me to be speaking. And I'm realizing that I have to be better and more diligent with my tongue, because if I'm not, then I'm showing that I'm not disciplined. Therefore, it gives room for the devil to come and just move my tongue in his direction. So yes, I have to be obedient on the tongue. Now, when I swear.
The thing you got to appreciate about George is he's very self-aware. Like, he kind of said both things at the same time, but he understands that as his platform is increasing, he's crushing it. Recently, 2.3 million subscribers. I think it's a great person to be having these conversations in the YouTube ecosystem, right? Like, he's introducing people out like that are having really good conversations. I think he's understanding that if he's going to be so outspoken about faith, he also has to be congruent with how a person of faith should behave. At the same time, he also doesn't think it's as big of a deal, but let's see where this goes.
Say, if I say bullshit, fuck, like, to me, I don't see.
Conviction's not there yet. All right, it's not there yet.
See my God looking at me in the same way that other people think my God is looking at me. Because in the scripture says, do not curse your neighbor. Now, cursing isn't like F this, F that, because an F word here can mean something in a different language, right? It's your intent on how you're using it. I think there's a difference, even with my own child. If I'm looking at my child and he stubs his toe as like a 4-year-old, he goes, oh, like that. To me, I'm laughing, like, oh, shit.
Hold on, George. Your kid's not going to be dropping an F-bomb at 4. Okay? Unless you walking around the house dropping an F-bomb. Okay? So this is a wild example. And
that's a lot of F-bombs.
That's a lot of F-bombs, bro. Go ahead. I love you, George, but come on.
Versus my son out in the street being like, I'm going to fuck you up and I'm going to blah, blah, blah to somebody. I'm like, whoa, that's going to come with some repercussions, my man. Like, you can't talk like that. So I think cursing is like, where's your intent with it? Like, for example, if I'm talking to some new Christians and they don't really get God, and I'm talking to them about being perfect, and now I'm watching them tune out, but then I go, but listen, it's hard. And then they go, wait, what? You're like me. Oh, so you're not holier.
So he's like a missionary cursor.
Yeah, missionary. That's great.
George's a missionary cursor. Oh my gosh.
He's like, you gotta grab their attention.
You gotta grab their attention.
You gotta stop the scroll.
You're not perfect. Obviously not, because you're swearing. Sometimes I use it as a relatability, like I speak in their language. It's hard to talk to somebody if you can't understand.
The gift of tongues.
And so I wasn't really too quick to fix my tongue, because I tell people all the time, they look at me as a preacher. I ain't no preacher, dude. I'm a man who fears God and loves to talk about it. And so if that...
You're a preacher. You have a massive platform.
If it takes you in the direction...
They said you're a preacher and you're a missionary.
You're a preacher and you're a missionary. I mean...
What do you think about that?
I think they're right.
You think you're a preacher?
I mean,
I think I'm preaching. Yeah. I think I'm preaching.
You're not a pastor, but you're a preacher.
And I'm yeah. There's a difference between a pastor and a preacher. I'm a communicator, and this is definitely evangelistic. This is definitely reaching people beyond the 4 walls of the church. And so is George. So when you have a certain degree of influence, I don't care if you're an NFL athlete. If he was if it was a football star, you were going up and saying, I'm going to thank God for helping me through this and blah blah blah, and just all praise and glory to Jesus. Who's the football player that just did that?
C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud. If he was C.J. Stroud, and then he was still cussing, we'd still be like, yo, chill, what are you doing? What are you doing? So I don't think it's unreasonable for people to be like, hey, if you're going to position yourself as an outspoken person in public, you have to control your tongue. I don't think that's unreasonable for people to feel that way.
Of that, and that's great, but to me, it's like my heart was like, I like talking to people that don't know who God is at all, and like bringing them. I'm trying to be a fisher of men, right? And I might talk like a sailorman, and that's swears. like if you listen to any sailor, they go, oh, he cusses like a sailor. Like this is the men that Jesus chose. Like, you think Peter was walking around with no filthy mouth? Like, he was. It took him a bit to like rein it in and be disciplined. I guarantee you, when I'm like 40, I'm probably not going to be talking the same way that I'm talking.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make me toss and turn at night. There's a lot of things that make me toss and turn at night. That's just honestly just not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, when I was in my early 30s, I unfortunately thought like this. If I'm just going to keep it a buck with you guys, I thought like this, and then I had kids. So I understand how he thinks like that. But let's see what Girls Gone Bible say to him.
Yeah, we asked you because we're on the topic of like transformation and stuff. Ari and I are both from the East Coast. She's from Boston. I'm Albanian. Using the F word.
Albanian just said enough for me, dude.
Yeah.
Albanians are crazy, dog.
So like us, like nobody had worse mouths than Ari and I. Truly, we were to the point where like, because in my culture, where she's from, like using the F word isn't insulting because it's like an like it's just a part of the language. It's not insulting. And so for the longest time, I truly believed I was going to be a cussing Christian. I had zero intention on ever stopping stopping. There was one moment, and I never had conviction about it, which is fun. Which I never had conviction. And I always said, well, when I cuss, I don't feel anything, so it's not bad. So like I see what God's word says about it, because it does say don't cuss, don't curse, don't use foul language. But like I don't feel anything, so it's fine. One time I fasted. I fasted for the first time when we started Girls Gone Bible, and I went one day, 24 hours, no food, no water, no coffee, nothing. It was my first time.
No water? I've fasted, but not with no water.
Never fasting. I was so full of the Spirit. I was so sensitive
out
to
to
God.
her.
I was so just really spiritually sensitive. I get on the phone with a friend. She says an F word. For the first time in my life, my whole body cringed. And it was the first time I ever felt conviction about cussing. And I was like, I don't like that because I don't want to stop cussing, so I'm just going to pretend that that didn't happen. All of a sudden, from that moment on, I just had a stirring in my spirit. But I kept going. I kept trying to ignore it, which is what I did with a lot of different types of sin in my life, is that eventually I would feel no conviction.
spitting.
One day, all of a sudden, God would reveal it to
Yeah,
me. and I'd get-
don't do that. Don't, like, if you feel that conviction, don't try to suppress the conviction. That's the Spirit of God talking to you. So shout out to her. That's amazing.
That's that step 2 healing.
Yeah. So that's step 2 healing. Go ahead.
that conviction, and I'd run away from it, and I'd push it, and I'd be like, but I don't want to change. I want to be like everybody. Like I don't want to have to.
We used to make fun of the Christians.
We did. We made fun of people who didn't
such
cuss.
a holier than now Christian. Wow, F this.
I also
we truly can't even say it.
It's been probably, I don't know how long that I can't get an F word out of my mouth. It
insane.
physically can't come out of my
Yeah.
mouth. And you know what? Like
She said something that made it's gonna. My wheels are going like crazy.
Let's
now.
go.
Yeah.
I don't think cussing Christians realize how cringe they are. When you start when you don't cuss and then you're around someone that's like, like the cuss. I'm not talking like you're playing ball and something slips, right? I'm talking like you are the cussing Christian. It is in your regular language. I don't think people realize how cringe.
Okay.
When you said it made me cringe, I never really pictured making anybody cringe from my mouth. And if I'm talking about God and making cringe, that's a problem.
I think of the scripture. Sorry, Art. I think of the
He took the words right out of my mouth, right?
He's like, ugh.
You never realize how cringy it is. It's cringy. It's like it's like a try hard. I'm trying so hard to relate to people that I just don't. I have zero restraint.
Yeah.
Because we would never do this with the places we would go. We would never do this with the food we would eat. We would never do this with the drinks we would consume or overconsume. We would never do this in other areas.
Well, that was
scripture
weird,
that
just
says,
so annoying.
I'm sorry. Well, I just want to tell you one scripture. I think it's in James. It's like, can fresh water and salt water both flow out of the same spring? How can you love God and curse anybody with the same mouth?
I saw that as cursing a man, though. Like even my own enemies, they don't even know, but I plant them flowers in their fields.
Right. Can I tell you one story? So I was reading. So you know the moment where Peter denies Jesus 3 times, right?
Before
and
the
I
rooster
can pull
crows,
it.
yeah.
And I can pull it up because I'm paraphrasing, but it says something. So 3 times people come up to him. Do you know Jesus? You were just with him. I saw you with him. You're a Jew. Like you have to be with him. And he says 3 times, no, I don't know him. No, I don't know him.
Bro, you should never do that. The laughing emote. That shit will get you targeted for sure.
3rd time it says that Peter curses and says, I do not know this man. So in the moment where he was trying to separate himself from Jesus and no longer identify as a follower of Jesus, he cursed. He used some sort of foul language. And that's what really got me in saying, when I do use foul language, as annoying as it is, when I do, I'm separating myself from the character of
Good
Jesus.
for her.
Yeah. I didn't want this to happen to me. Okay, you know what? I'm singing along to songs and I'm a loser. I'm skipping over the F word. I'm skipping over
the edited version now.
It's ridiculous.
But I was feeling the separation from God when I was living in sin, when I was active before marriage, when I was swearing. And the minute I stopped all that, oh man, the Holy Spirit is on me in a whole different way. It's incredible.
I'm telling you, you block, and I'm telling you guys this as a friend, like truly someone who 6 months ago, like please.
I didn't even know the Bible a year ago.
We are the
by
last people who are going to sit here and be like, you should do this because we grew up. It's changed my, we are so hungry to elevate spiritually that we're noticing these things when we truly listen to what it says and cut it out. God rewards that obedience immediately. You don't even know what blessings you're blocking in your life because of the little compromises that we're making. That's what we realize.
Good preaching. Because of the little compromises. Song of Solomon talks about the little foxes in the garden that can destroy the entire thing. So she's cooking.
Recently.
Yeah. Like when you make that hard choice, you're like, I really don't want to because this would be really cool to do this, and then you make the hard decision because you know it's better, and he will reward you like 10.
But you think it's going to be hard when you make those decisions to stop, but God takes the lust out of you. He took it out of us. I looked at her the other day. I said, do you even feel that like lust anymore? She goes, no. I said, me either. When you really make that choice and be obedient, he takes.
I feel like it's also way easier for women not to feel less than men.
takes it out of you.
He changes the desires of your heart.
Changes the desires of your heart. Yes.
Did you guys talk about my swearing behind closed doors? Is that something that you guys wanted to fix on me?
Not fix on you.
No, but I
we
did notice it. I did notice it.
Is it something that challenged you guys when you guys heard my stuff?
Yeah, it was. We didn't talk about it as if we were going to bring it up at all, but we were watching like some clips together, and I noticed that like you cuss on the podcast. And you know, what's funny is our first episode, I'm pretty sure we said a couple cuss
Yeah,
words.
we did, actually.
I know on the second one I spelt out a cuss word because I just didn't. We weren't living. You know what I mean? We didn't know, and honestly, we didn't really care yet. Ari and I are in a situation where like we're in ministry right now, right? Like we have this podcast where we are. I mean, it's not even just that like we kind of talk about God. Like it's biblically based. We read the Bible every episode, and we deliver almost like a message, kind of like almost like a sermon. Like we have a topic and then we flesh it out with the audience. We are in a position where like we didn't grow up in a church. We don't know the language.
Yeah.
We don't have that to fall back on. We have one thing, and it is the Spirit of the living God that flows through us, that gives us the words to speak and the things to say. And we are like truly, we're scared, like fear of the Lord on 10,000 right now, because we know if we take one step away from Jesus, we lose that source.
Yeah. And I didn't even feel right anymore. I'm like, we're up here preaching about God, preaching about the Bible, and I was like, we cannot have one foot out. We can't be preaching the Bible and bringing people to God, and then we're going home behind closed doors and sinning, swearing. It's not biblical. Like we can't keep living like this, but we're in ministry. But again, like we weren't perfect. It took us a while to open our eyes and realize this, you know?
Yeah.
But when I watch you, I watch you and I just respect you, and you are. I see the Holy Spirit flow through you like no other. When I watch, you're probably the one person that I can actually sit there for hours and just watch you speak to me, because I feel like you and I are truly cut from the same cloth. I respect you so much. And no, we didn't say, oh, let's bring this up, but I did notice that. And because I was like that. That's what we did. So I was just, you know.
I make a vow that today's the last day I swear.
But I don't feel.
Come on, George. Let's go.
That's kind of cool.
Let's go.
It's okay.
But I'm gonna go get a
We're all
band
messed up.
and write it on my hand every day until I master it.
I love you so
You are
much.
awesome.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys giving that. Thank you.
That's awesome.
You're such
So
an angel.
here's the beautiful part about that.
Why would I
Imagine if
attack
they would have
Green?
written him off.
They're a bot.
Go on his podcast.
He's a cussing Christian.
He's a cussing Christian. He's so cringe.
He doesn't love Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
There's no way.
There's no way. Imagine if they had done that to him and written him off. That moment would have never
Especially
happened.
for
and God
him.
flowed through them to speak to something. Now here's the deal. Scripturally speaking, when Jesus says we'll give an account for every word that comes out of our mouth. When Paul writes in Ephesians, let no one wholesome talk come out of your mouth but that which is encouraging. The reality is, guys, the standard is so much higher than 4-letter words. Like God's heart for our mouth is so much higher than we
Why
think it
is
is.
he giving
and
me
I
the
think
thumbs
what
down?
Christians do in injustice is we reduce it to just 4-letter words. Can't say this word, this word, this word, this word, but yet you can speak ill, you can gossip, you can be foul, you can be nasty, you can do all these things, and all that's okay. But these 4 or 5 words you can't say. That's where we take a L on this stuff, and that's where guys like George are like, well, at least I'm not like talking.
Hopefully, Red does not have a trade right here. I would love that. That would be awesome.
Crazy about people, and at least I'm not doing this, and I'm not really doing it to curse at somebody.
Yeah.
But the reality is the standard is way higher. Nothing wholesome. So we're all gonna have to give an account for our mouth, and we're all gonna have to give an account for our stuff, for things. The reality that they're pointing to is that with influence comes a different. Not to sound cliche, but comes a different degree of responsibility. With
Well, I
influence
I'm
comes
so
a different degree of
confused.
responsibility, and so we can talk about if the word rubbish means the S word in the scriptures, or if it doesn't mean the S. It's irrelevant. If you are operating with a responsibility to lead people, which whether he does or does, it's neither here nor there. You have a different responsibility,
Do they
and this
walk
hit
out?
me, and I'll close with this. This hit me, guys, when I had a kid. Because that my responsibility became clear and evident that what I do, my son will imitate. And thankfully, I had that revelation when I became a dad and not when I got a platform.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And it hit me that what I do will influence others. So let me not act like an idiot. Let me not let me not be double-minded. Let me not speak one way in front of my wife and kid and a different way when I'm around the boys. Let me not do that. And that conviction came in a tacit sense, in a tangible sense. Theirs came from having a platform. George's came from hearing their story and them tying it into Scripture. And so, like, do I think that, someone that cusses as Christian is going to hell? No, I don't think that. But I think that this is something that God will chisel out of people in time. And sometimes it's having kids. Sometimes it's all of a sudden you're in ministry. Sometimes you're serving in a junior high ministry, and you're like, oh shoot, I might slip up and cuss. And it's just not. It's just ultimately not a good look, and it's not a good representation, and that we are to be separate from the world. And I think that includes the things we don't say and the things we do say, because there's certain things we shouldn't be saying, and not just words, but actual sentences and the ideas that we should be saying, and there are certain things that we should be saying. And so I love that they had that conversation with him, and I think it's awesome. And anyway, so shout out to Girls Gone Bible.
That was like step 2 of Christian flourishing in action.
Yeah.
Of seeking healing, getting discipleship, and then George lays out his plan to execute that. I'm gonna get a band. I'm gonna write it on the band every single day until I master it.
We see, according to the Bible, that prayer is extremely important in terms of us being transformed from the inside out when we get aligned with God's will. For the Christians watching this channel, I want you guys to implement these spiritual disciplines in your day-to-day life. And the only way I've been able to do this consistently is through writing down my prayers in a prayer journal that does a few things. One, it allows me to reflect and come to God humbly and ask him to move on my behalf. And 2, it allows me to document my prayers, which ultimately help me.
Thriftbook's new reading rewards are sweeter than ever. And now you have 3 levels of benefits. With each level
everywhere, YouTube, Spotify, anywhere, but Spotify is now going to buy the ad rights to the show so that they can basically sell ads against this show. What does that mean? Spotify believes Rogan and whatever controversies may arise in the press from his guests is not going away and is profitable. They don't think they're going to lose money on this deal, and it's good for everybody else. Because if Joe Rogan leads the way, Spotify is basically saying, we're going to put $250 million of our money up front because we think we'll make more money on this. Basically, it's paving the way for everybody else who produces content. It is much more likely that comedy and, offensive kind of content will not be taken down moving forward because these platforms are banking on it. We'll talk about all that. Before we do, my friends, head over to castbrew.com. Appalachian Night's Ground is back in stock, but we only have 274. And I'm sitting here like, holy crap, you guys, you're buying too much. Buy more. The reality is, Cask Brew we sponsor ourselves. It's our company. We're working on our coffee shop. If you want to support the show and you want the best cup of coffee you've ever had, I'm going to tell you right now, we are struggling to keep Appalachian Nights in stock, and I'm so excited this is the case because I think we hit one out of the ballpark with this one. Rise with Roberto Jr. is the second favorite, and we got a balancing act with that one. But over the past week, we've been doing reorders. We've had reorders in the past week, and they're selling out almost instantly. And so really excited and really grateful that everybody is buying. We're going to have to order more and more. But that is success thanks to you guys. I recommend you guys try it if you haven't already. Castbrew.com. Also, head over to timcast.com. Click Join Us. Become a member to support our work directly because this show is made possible in part thanks to viewers like you. If you like the work we do, if you like the conversations, I'll just put it this way, man. We cover the cost of travel and accommodation for our guests. We have tons of employees driving, and it's very expensive to maintain this show. And it is only possible because we have members. So as a member, you will get access to our Discord server where y'all can hang out, share like-minded ideas or debate, and then we have the members only.
Don't have a trade. Oh, they had a trade. Only a 4 trade, too. They
Uncensored show
probably knew
Monday
that they
through
were
Thursday, as well as
target.
documentaries and other content we're currently working on. So if you want to support our work, go to timcast.com. But don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with all your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and everything else is Charlie Spearing. Who are you?
Hi, I'm Charlie Spearing. I'm an author of a new book called Amateur Hour, Kamala Harris in the White House.
Right on. So you basically, were you face palming every time you had to write something? You're like, wow, I can't.
Yeah, it was really fun to research.
Well, what's the general premise of the book?
General premise of the book is she's struggling, clearly, in the first 3 years of her vice presidency. She clearly wasn't ready to run herself. That's why Biden's running again. And if Biden runs and wins, we're in a very real possibility of the 47th president becoming Kamala Harris.
I don't think Joe Biden can win, but I also have no idea what's in store for us this year.
Yeah, I mean, either. If Joe Biden doesn't make it, if he can't make it to Election Day, I think for the Democrat Party, that's their worst fear. Because that's when everybody with the money
as
is
bad
just
as Biden is,
losing their mind.
They're like, Kamala's worse. That's kind of funny. All right, man. Well, it should be fun. Thanks for hanging out. We got Hannah Claire Brimlow as well.
Hey, I'm Hannah Claire Brimlow. I'm a writer for SCNR.com. I'm glad that you're here because I feel like I give Kamala a hard time always. She's so easy to pick on, but she's not great. So I'm glad you guys are joining us tonight. Shane's here.
What's up? I'm back. It's good to be back. Sounds like Charlie wrote a horror novel. And I'm scared.
You're like reading through it. Is this fiction?
Yeah, it's terrifying stuff, but it's great to be back. Oh, shout out to the Discord. I keep seeing stuff coming out of the Discord. It's amazing what you all are doing out there. And it's good to see you, Serge.
Oh, yeah? How you seeing the Discord stuff, man?
Serge has been inundating my phone today with stuff that he gets from Discord, and it is we were laughing for the last hour.
Yeah, it's great. It's
Thank you
great.
for that.
No after show today, but yeah, Discord rules. I like being on there every once in a while. I am Serge.com. Let's get into it, Tim.
Here's the big story today. And of course, they did it on a Friday. U.S. drops 125 bombs and 85 targets linked to Iran's Revolutionary Guard in devastating airstrikes on Iraq and Syria. Biden warns retaliation for drone attack that killed 3 soldiers will continue after long-range bombers and drones hit Middle East. Unilateral declaration of war, or is it just we are in such a perpetual state of war, they don't care, they're just going to keep ramping things up, and we're going to spiral out of control and implode, or what?
They're used to being a wasteland of our bomb shrapnel. It doesn't seem like it could escalate into a regional war, but they telegraphed it to everyone that we'd be bombing them. So then everyone that might have been responsible for the drone attack is gone, and we're taking out what could be the places where the drones were. But we'll see. I don't know.
It's just interesting to me because I was on the phone today with a friend who's in Special Forces for the Navy, and he was talking about whatever's going on in his life, and then he was saying, oh yeah, I'm supposed to deploy this fall. And I was like, oh, where do you think you're going? He's like, oh, we're getting back in the Middle East. But he says it the whole thing. He didn't say something specific, which makes me think that like everyone is preparing for intense escalation.
Wasn't there something about the Roman Empire bringing in foreigners to fight in wars?
That is part of the story.
Is it part of the story? Does anybody know enough about the Roman Empire?
Come on, man. I thought this was all you think about.
It every single day, yeah.
Yeah. But seeing this, you know, it's perpetual war. The fact that Congress does not approve of these things anymore. We've been at war in the Middle East for decades or longer, actually. And we're in Syria?
Iraq and Syria.
I mean, Iraq, I know.
Right.
And Syria, when? I mean, of course it happened with...
We never left.
Well, with Obama, we would go in. But my question was when the Iraq War started, there's protests everywhere. When Barack Obama decides to invade Syria,
no, that
nobody's...
sucks. I had 14 troops, and it got dropped down to 3. This is why I like the balance splits better.
Says anything.
Right.
Nothing. Donald Trump comes in, tries to get the troops out. They lie to him to keep the troops in.
Right.
This is it's crazy they're at this point. And so now, with the bombing campaign in Iraq and Syria, we've basically got a unilateral declaration of war on Syria. We're attacking Iranian linked targets, whatever that means. It's just there's not going to be any formal declaration of a World War III or expansion of war. We're just slowly walking our way into further and further escalation. On top of that, everyone has been sharing this video from December 4th of C-SPAN of Senator Dick Durbin saying we should make illegal immigrants soldiers. We should bring them in. I mean, this is C-SPAN right here. Dick Durbin wants to make it possible for illegal immigrants to join the U.S. And I've been getting a bunch of people messaging me being like, that's exactly how the Roman Empire collapsed.
Yeah, I mean, I remember we did IRL the day he did this, and Kingsley Cortez was here, and we had the same reaction, which was that you can't have a bunch of people who don't have a tie to this country come in and fight for you because ultimately their loyalty is to the federal government. It's not to the culture or the people or the states. And that is dangerous for the population that potentially could resist the federal government. It's such a ridiculous suggestion, but it's obviously been on the minds of senators in this country for a long time. Again, to me, that speaks that they are not ultimately loyal to the people that they serve. They're loyal to power and controlling the masses.
Yeah, it's kind of like the new form of DACA, right? This is the way we get more migrants into our country. We let them serve in our military, and then we give them citizenship, say, well done. Now you can go to college on the GI Bill, and then you'll be sufficiently roped in, and hopefully you support Democrats.
So do we see this administration going around and rounding up the illegals and giving them guns and sending them away? And if they refuse, that administration deports them? Like, how does it look?
I just don't think they get organized fast enough, right? Like, the reality is that he's going into somewhat of a lame duck period. I mean, we've got to November. We expect a wave of executive actions or orders at the end of the year, but like, I just don't know. The thing is, like, one of the reasons that we don't know the true number of how many illegal aliens are here is because they are unregistered. So how would the government, round up enough of them? They'd have to put out a call, and most immigrant groups, like all of the NGOs or nonprofits that support illegal aliens in this country, they always say, like, if police come to your door, don't answer, and resist that. So actually, there's now a problem. Like, you can't get them to come out.
And the propaganda is crazy. There's this viral meme, I guess, going around at statistics on crime, and it's like some guy being like, just going to drop this here, and it says native-born Americans, crime is really high, undocumented immigrants is low, and then immigrants is super low. And I'm just like, my guy, the crime rate for illegal immigrants is at least 1-to-1. Like, quite literally, it's impossible to claim native-born citizens commit more crime as opposed to quote-unquote undocumented immigrants, because they started off by committing a crime.
Yeah.
Which means literally every single one of them has committed a crime. Not every single native-born citizen has committed a crime.
Right, they're at 100% right off the bat.
Well, that crime doesn't matter, though. That's not a real crime. That's just civil disobedience.
Right.
But it is, and they exclude it when it's literally a crime to illegally enter the country. Illegally, it's a crime to cross without...
we exclude all kinds of crime. As long as you take down the right statues, or as long as you storm the right office, or desecrate the right government building.
If you're doing the thing we want you to be doing, then we're okay with it.
I love the meme that someone made recently where it's the guy on January 6th with his feet on the table. And it's not even a funny meme. It's just like 6 years in prison. And then it's the photo of the guy having gay sex in the Senate building. And it's like, no charges, no evidence.
It's crazy. And they expect everyone to just go along with it. Like,
they said there's no evidence of a crime. Like,
there's
no
evidence of a crime. The only reason we know it happened is because there's a video that went viral. Like, what are you talking about?
But what if they actually did bring charges against the people involved, and it actually went to court in Washington, D.C.? Would they be convicted? Because you know how cops work. They only charge when they feel like they can get a conviction, right? So
I'm so over this, man. Like, there's a video out of Boston of a bunch of cops standing outside of the community center in the black neighborhood where they were housing all the criminal aliens. And there's a black dude screaming, like, I can barely afford to live. I work 40 hours a week, and I can't even go to my community center anymore. And the cops are like, GTFO. And I love it, man. I tweet, F these cops, scumbags. And I get these conservative blue line people being like, Tim, it's not the police officer's fault. It's not their fault. I'm like, it's nobody's fault but the person who committed the crime. Okay? Like, some guy you've never heard of in an office somewhere you've never been to is the real criminal. What are you talking about? I'm watching a guy work with criminal aliens right here. Like, just how wild would it be if somebody is like in the middle of beating a child and you're like, well, hold on. Who told him to do it? I'm like, I don't care, dude. Stop the person. These cops are committing crimes. No, but they were told that it's not legal, dude. And that's where we're currently at, where I just see everything, man. I think we got cultural victories and all that stuff, but man, it does feel like things are falling apart. Because you got every man for himself mentality.
It's like watching the cops not do anything for the riots, like in the city, just
like,
standing by. Meanwhile, when they were told to go arrest people trying to have a prayer service in a park in the city, they would do that. Or, arresting people wearing the mask or not wearing the mask.
It's less likely that people praying are going to resist. I mean, they're expecting certain people to comply. And I find that that's sort of an insight. I mean, we talked about it a couple days ago on the show, but older generations are more likely to trust media. They're more likely to trust the federal government. And so in some respects, like, the thing that makes them vulnerable to being arrested by police is the fact that they want to comply with the system. They want to be supportive, whereas the police are like, well, that seems so crazy over there. I'm not sure what we can do, so we just won't. Like, that seems like an insult to people who are ultimately trying to live by the rules of law and order.
Yeah. So the authorities just go after the people who are easy targets.
Yeah, it's
Because
crazy.
they're afraid of the riots and they're afraid of the public image.
Can we just like I know
Well, probably the bureaucracy within the department. That's usually what kills any sort of impetus to do something virtuous.
Yep.
Is I will lose my job and my wife and kids are going to suffer and I'm going to lose my pension, and so I'm not going to do that.
You should quit then.
You know, part of me is glad
we haven't seen a lot of that, have we? Like
Ooh, you lose your pension
cops
if you quit,
being
so-
like, "I'm done," and I think
No, we
they're
have.
victim
We've
to
seen a
these
lot
pensions.
of it. We've seen a lot of it actually.
In New York, yeah.
Massive, all over the place. I think at one point a few years ago during the defund the police movement, we were looking at more than half of like departments had seen resignations,
sick outs.
Yeah, a lot of cops were just like, I won't do this anymore. And there's even a viral video where a cop in Seattle is like stopping at a light and all the activists are screaming and laughing at him, and he yells, "You won, you won, you win. I'm out, I quit." Yeah, and then they're all laughing. They're like, "We got him." I'm just like, what I was gonna say is I'm glad the police are refusing to charge the guys who had the gay sex in the Senate building, because I just want everybody listening to bring that conversation up to your liberal friends and family members. Just bring it right up. And just like, I'm sorry, like when they're like, well, Democrat, I'll be like, dude, come on. There's a viral video literally of a Democrat senator staff member getting banged in the Senate building, and they won't criminally charge him. You want to come to me? You want to come to me and tell me that the machine's not biased? Come on.
Have we seen any people defend that? Like, I haven't even
No,
seen
they're hiding from it.
Memory
And
hold the
he
whole
put
thing.
out a statement being like,
was
I'm
very
being persecuted
legalistic.
because of who I love.
Right.
And so
Oh my
immediately,
God.
they're like,
no, if there was people who did a porno who were straight, we would be like, what the fuck? And we would fire them.
Post me,
I
man.
bet, I bet that if there was a porno that was shot with straight people in the Senate building, that they would be fired immediately. I almost guarantee that.
Right. That's why we can't let it go.
Yeah.
That's why, because if you notice, all of the prominent leftists will not bring it up. So everybody should just keep talking about it.
and it took like 36 hours for it to puncture through mainstream. I think Fox was one of the first people to report on it, but again, it wasn't that much. I mean, the story is crazy. Typically, what they say is sex sells, and in this case, it's like no one can talk
That's the
about
wrong
it all.
kind. Wrong.
Yeah, not this one. We don't like
Yeah,
this one.
we did the Culture War episode maybe the day or two after that happened, and we on the show looked it up in the news, and there were no reports on
Yep.
it at all.
Because it broke on a Friday, I'm pretty sure, and like by Saturday was when I was starting to get news alerts about it. But
Right.
like, of course, I had it is one of those things that reminds you that Twitter is a very different space
who
than the
broke
rest
that
of
story?
mainstream.
Yeah.
Was it the Daily Caller?
The Daily Caller
Oh,
did,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
They've been getting
Props
a lot
to
of
them.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's jump to this story. We got this from the Daily Mail. National Guard would be able to use force against armed migrants entering the U.S. under new bill from Navy SEAL veteran Republican congressman. They're going to mention that House Republicans are pushing a bill that would authorize the National Guard to use lethal force against individuals with weapons crossing from Mexico into the United States. They do keep saying that, but they also mention the bill actually says and for other issues or whatever. They say in the last year there have been multiple instances of migrants crossing into the U.S. carrying weapons, with some brandishing rifles like an AR-15. As the Biden administration and Texas Governor Greg Abbott clash over border security policies, the bill, Luttrell claims, will enable the National Guard to better protect the U.S. by using any means necessary to stop armed migrants. Look, they got photos of these dudes. That's kind of wild.
I just can't believe that we have
What?
to pass this law. what have we been doing this whole
It's
time?
legit an invasion.
Yeah.
I know. It's
They're
legit.
coming
Right.
armed.
Why are we not just the headline should just say invasion at the border? Well, of course they won't. Who wrote this? This is
Can we-
Daily
can we-
Mail.
Daily Mail,
Yeah.
UK.
Here you go. They call him the People Smuggler. Oh, that sounds like a supervillain name. The People Smuggler was filmed by Texas Department of Safety drone on Wednesday near Eagle Pass. This is Wednesday. Take this photo, post it on Twitter, and say invasion. Okay, spare me. These dudes are coming with rifles, and our guys aren't even allowed to defend this country from armed people
Wow.
Again, why does this have to be a law? I just don't get this. I mean, I'm glad it is if no one has thought that this is something that's necessary. Why do we have a border if we're not trying to stop people who are entering armed, who are trying to enter illegally while armed? Like, again,
Man.
what are we doing here, team?
Well, and what are we doing? Why are these governors sending the National Guard down there if they aren't? I didn't know they're not allowed to
They're
use
just supposed
their
to like
weapons against
put out their arms
people.
and be like, "Go back."
Hold
hands, go.
Hold hands and sing a
So I'm
song.
so glad that Ron DeSantis and all these governors are sending more and more.
continue to pose a significant threat to countries around the Middle East. Iran has emphasized improving the accuracy, lethality, and reliability of its missiles instead. Nice.
Why does it
Yeah,
have
Annie, but I don't think that the ability to
COVID?
stop ICBMs is necessarily a technology we want, right? Mutually assured destruction is kind of the thing that kept the Cold War from going hot. Nice to see the Supreme Leader Ayatollah practicing good COVID mask, you know, mask restrictions. That's nice. You got the Fauci ouchie. Why doesn't the Syrian rebellion work with the... Okay, no. Very much like we taught this monkey to understand the politics of the various insurgency groups in Syria and it killed itself. Material right there, okay? Why does anything in Syria? I don't fucking know, okay? I follow Rojava, Assad bad, you know, I know some stuff. The complexities of the relationships of these different groups are extensive and somewhat beyond me.
You know, Secretary Blinken, who's made every effort to try and keep this conflict from escalating, is now facing renewed challenges. The good news, we're not going into Iran with strikes yet.
General McCaffrey,
What
can
was
you give
that
us
about?
a sense of how you
Yet. I sure hope we don't. It would be bad if we did that.
define success with a mission like this?
Well, that's the $64 million question for sure. I think that to some extent, you simply have to respond. I've been really distraught.
Well, fucking thanks. A good question. What does success look like in this instance? And his response after 15 seconds of waffling is, well, you have to. I mean, you can't not bomb Syria. You can't. What does success look like? Bro, you sorry. Are you implying there was any timeline where we didn't do this? You know, like wait, we don't. Do we need a reason?
Listening to people say, well, now they've killed some U.S. soldiers. Now we got to act. We've had 160 some odd strikes on U.S. forces.
Keep in mind, a lot of these strikes are incredibly ineffective, which is the reason why only now there have been deaths. Like a strike will be some Iranian-backed militia will fire a bottle rocket and it'll land a quarter mile from the outermost fence of the base. You know, there's a reason we haven't been hearing about service deaths prior to this.
You simply cannot take away the inherent right of self-defense and immediate action and decentralized responses.
Oh, great. So he doesn't have it. So he's not even going to answer the question, what does success look like? He's just going to be like, we have a right to defend ourselves. Literally the fucking Zionist answer, you know? Yeah, well, you gotta, you know. What does success look like? Is there any good outcome here? Outcomes. We're just doing it, man.
If you're going to keep military forces deployed in such a dangerous environment. So hopefully
Why do we do that then?
Those days are behind us and we'll now have a more active protection of the forces themselves.
You mean striking first? Look at snaky fucking Holden Bloodfeast ass motherfucker. Like, you know, it's like everything that he says is just coded like hawkish militarism. I mean, obviously, right? But just, you know, it's not even sincere.
But the important question you raise is, what is the strategic purpose for these deployments?
What does success actually look like in this scenario? It doesn't. This scenario is doomed to fail. I just want to see him admit it. He won't, but I'll get mad at him for it. You know, like you could say it's also an unwinnable situation for him. But there is no success in this scenario.
And we're going to have to rethink that, because bombing militia units and Shia militia units in Iraq is not a long-term solution to anything.
Well, give us a sense of what those conversations look like when you're.
What he's saying is we need to bomb Iran. Look at this guy. This guy's going blind. Like, this guy's fucking dying live in front of the camera. Please, let me see burning flesh one last time before I die. Please, God.
Talking about strategic purpose, that is something that is constantly evaluated and reevaluated. You have been in the rooms where those conversations happen. Give us a sense. How frequently are they happening? How many times will they happen in the next few days? What are the data points?
Bosch, what do you think Biden should do in response to the killing of our soldiers there? Iran puts us in an extraordinary difficult position. We put Iran in a difficult position. Why do we have so many fucking bases there? Why did we invade Iraq and Afghanistan? We need to leave. I'm sorry, there's no, like, politically easy solution to
He got mad
this.
because I attacked one territory?
Especially right now, you know? But, like, holy...
No, you stay right there. Okay, that's also decent. Or right there. That way that your stack isn't locked. Let's go on to Twitter. X. Here, wait. Actually, I've got to... We assume that Israel is is here at home, not America. This game is very weird. Mainly because of him.
We will respond. We will respond strongly. We will respond at a time and place of our choosing. And obviously, I'm not going to telegraph what we might do in this instance or get ahead of the president, but I can, again, tell you that as the president said yesterday, we will respond. And that response could be multi-leveled, come in stages, and be sustained over time. Our personnel, we will respond. We will respond strongly. We will respond at a time and place of our choosing. And obviously, I'm not going to telegraph what we might do in this instance or get ahead of the president, but I can, again, tell you that as the president said yesterday, we will respond. And that response could be multi-leveled, come in stages, and be sustained over time.
Are they
Our
gonna
personnel,
attack my 22?
We will respond. We will respond strongly. We will respond at a time and place of our choosing. And obviously, I'm not going to telegraph what we might do in this instance or get ahead of the president, but I can, again, tell you that as the president said yesterday, we will respond. And that response could be multi-leveled, come in stages, and be sustained over time. Our personnel, we will respond. We will respond strongly. We will respond at a time and place of our choosing. And obviously, I'm not going to telegraph what we might do in this instance or get ahead of the president, but I can, again, tell you that as the president said yesterday, we will respond. And that response could be multi-leveled, come in stages, and be sustained over time. Our personnel, we will respond. We will respond strongly. We will respond at a time and place of our choosing. And obviously, I'm not going to telegraph what we might do in this instance or get ahead of the president, but I can.
Let's just look up Iran, not the hashtag. Back. Enter. This is officially out of the now I don't have to worry about that. What the fuck? versus. Oh, yes. You move your stack over to me when there's another guy who's attacking you. Why? Okay, he doesn't fucking attack me. He doesn't attack me. Huh? Really? This guy? Motherfucker. Does he break me? Fuck, he does. Getting really bad dice here. Quit putting a stack up there. Why? I'm just gonna chill. Does he fucking attack me up there? Alright, let's see if I got a... No, I don't.
They all rely on the United. I think America and Israel are both sort of in over their heads. Have you gotten that that sense as well?
Yeah, absolutely. They're completely overwhelmed. The operation in Gaza is going to be extremely complicated. The Israelis are realizing that these people are dug in. They got 60 tunnels, 60 feet underground, which they've been building up for years. And that would probably be manageable because the Israelis seem to operate outside of international law. So it's not going to be like Russia where they're fighting with two hands tied behind their back. I mean, they can really go in. What they can't do is that while Hezbollah is fighting them, while rockets are getting blasted at them from Yemen and Iraq and Iran. And so Israel's in over their head, and the United States is too. I mean, we're over there. We've got our 2 aircraft carriers which have been deployed, and it's this sort of checkmate situation. Israel puts Hamas in check. Iran and its proxies put Israel in check. Our aircraft carriers are there to put Iran in check, to deter Iran and its proxies from attacking Israel. The problem is, though, America knows, and like you say, Blinken and Yellen and Biden, although they're projecting strength, they all know that we can't win a war with Iran.
Right.
For us to go in and defeat Iran would take hundreds of thousands of troops, which we really don't have. It's going to require a sustained commitment like Iraq or Afghanistan. It's in mountainous terrain. These guys have nuclear material. I don't agree that they have a nuclear arsenal, but they have nuclear material. They have other WMD arsenal, I'm sure, chemical, biological. They got drones, missiles. This is an unwinnable situation. We can't fight Syria, Iran, all their proxies. I mean, we're fighting the entire Middle East, basically. And the sensible thing to do in this case is for the United States to force Israel to come to the table and do a settlement.
Right.
America's a powerful nation. All these countries are reliant on us. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Israel, Turkey, they all rely on the United States. What it would be required in this situation is American leadership to bring all the parties to the table and say, look, we're going to work out a deal where there's going to be a Palestinian state, and the Arabs are going to recognize the state of Israel and normalize ties and all this. But the only language that the United States understands, or the only, I guess, words in their vocabulary, is the language of escalation. There's no language about resolution. There's no language about using our so-called soft power, vaunted soft power options to achieve diplomacy. It's always like with Putin or with Iran or with China, double down, escalate, bluff, threaten. And the problem is that eventually we're going to get called on our bluff. That's what
The
happened
fuck
with
is this
Russia.
guy's problem?
You know, Russia said we have.
What? Why am I just getting... I might get killed by red right here. Phew. Bro. What the fuck is this? stay out of it. Trade cards right once you have them. Why is he letting Black have that, is my question. Okay, good. Does he kill me? Fuck, he does. That was the dumbest game ever, bro. What the fuck?
Ideas.
Exactly.
And they're going to keep doing it until they.
Let's see. Novice, beginner. Yeah. I figured.
It doesn't make any sense.
What'd you find?
All of these books are under $5 at thriftbooks.com.
Think they're connected?
They do have a suspiciously large selection of murder mystery.
Better look into it.
It's no secret that George Janko left the Impulsive podcast, but what was interesting was seeing Mike go on Valuetainment and open up and give his perspective on why George Janko left the Impulsive podcast and how his greater purpose of wanting to tell people about Jesus plays into the decision and hurts some of the dynamic of the show. Let's jump into this. This is from the Valuetainment conversation. Shout out to Valuetainment. They've been doing some cool stuff. They had Mike on. So he says he was shocked by the falling out between Logan Paul and George Janko. Let's see what he thinks.
I mentioned earlier in what George kind of stands for, that is so ingrained in his being. It is so innate and real and authentic in him that it is his life's purpose to push the work of the Lord, to push the ideas of conservatism and traditionality and family unit and monogamy, which is incredible. But I think that that's not to say that those values are not important to Logan or to me, but that's not necessarily what that show is about, if that makes sense. It's an entertainment podcast. We have guests on. I asked Rick Ross today before I came here. We had Rick Ross on the show. We were supposed to have Johnny Manziel on as well today. I asked Rick Ross if he was interested in being cryogenically frozen, which I would like to talk to you guys about as well.
Oh my gosh.
There's not, we're not asking him like, when did you decide that this person, when did your relationship with Jesus reach this point? That stuff's incredible.
Isn't that what would make the show more interesting? Is you have the one guy that wants to talk about family, faith, conservative values, God, which, by the way, all those things are surging in terms of the studies, in terms of what the data is showing right now. And you guys want to talk about being what is it?
Cryogenically frozen.
Which that's interesting. We would talk about that on this channel.
Yeah.
Right. So I
would not.
It seems like a pretty big miscalculation of the average person is interested in the things George wants to talk about. Now, maybe George would overdo it sometimes. Maybe George would go a little too long about some of these things. Maybe he would kind of, go into a monologue instead of a dialogue, right? Maybe that would happen sometimes. Okay, fair enough. But I think this is a miscalculation on their part, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
And it's so impactful, and the fact that George has devoted his life to doing that stuff is incredible. but it was slightly disjointed from the more jovial style of the show. And I think that and by the way, this is just one part of it. It's pretty complicated scenario, but I think that kind of I think it really messed with George even more because he knows that he should be doing that stuff, talking about that stuff, prioritizing that stuff. And the fact that this wasn't an environment that was conducive to those type of conversations, I think was an unattractive situation for him.
So let me ask this question, because for somebody that watches a show or consumes a show, you're kind of like, okay, do those guys there's an element, it fits. It's working out our podcast. There's some days I do 101, great, some like that. But there's our group that likes Home Team podcast, and it's just us talking about events, views, what's going on, current event, this, what about this, and we do business, politics, me, Vinny, Tom, and Adam and Tom. And, Tom will take up that entire space with notes, and he'll literally come and prepare hours.
Charts.
But, it's different. So for the audience watches it and say, each person played a role, okay?
That's right.
Maybe you were the point guard. Maybe Logan's the scorer. He's a 2, but he's the guy that's driving the eyeball. So if he's playing Michael, you're playing point, whatever, and he's playing third, and, still, it's a team that's working out. Do you think the whole process could have been handled in a different way for it to either end or for it to continue? Because based on what you're saying, it's fair to say, look, this is what we're talking about. George has a certain set of values and principles that's so core to him. He's not going to change. We can't change him. He can't change us. Best bet is, here's what we're doing, right? We're going to go part ways. But do you think there's a different way you guys could have gone about wrapping up the relationship?
In hindsight, everything can be done differently. There could be a little tweak here. There could be a little tweak there. He had already started his own show, which, as you all know, has become extremely successful. And I mean, there were conversations that happened that were, in my eyes, looking back, they could have been done a lot better. There were conversations that involved religion. There were conversations that involved, George's feelings and George's sentiment towards how he was being treated by guests that were on our show, that potentially could have been overlooked. I'll just say this
Shout
for
out
myself.
Bobby Lee. Pause it. Shout out Bobby Lee. Right? We covered that extensively. You guys, y'all did him filthy over that. That was disgusting. Yuck. That was really sad that no one stepped in and you guys virtually let him get essayed on camera in front of the world to see and make him look like a lunatic for being a reasonable man stepping out. That was foul, man. That was really gross. And I don't know what George felt or thought, but I mean that would make anybody really look side eye his homies to the way you guys did him there. So that wasn't like a Shaq situation where he just didn't have anything good to say and kind of had like a no. That was a violation in my opinion. But go on.
I really did from the bottom of my heart try the hardest that I possibly could to when I saw things start to go off the rails a little bit from both sides to try to steer it back on track. I mean, you can simply just watch the episodes and you'll see me putting my hand up like, yo, don't, like this is going too far. Like he's pissed off. And by the way, he has a reason to be so. Like I did that the whole time and did the same thing behind the scenes.
Did Mike do that? I don't remember if Mike said anything with the Bobby Lee situation happened.
I think he would.
I think George, listen, I think George is owed an apology from Mike and from Logan about the Bobby Lee situation. I think even you guys making him call and apologize to that, or him wanting to call and apologize to that, like you protect your people, man. So I think he's owed an apology from my vantage point. Who am I though? I don't know anything. I haven't seen anything.
I can only speak for myself. I'm 39 years old. I've been through a lot of shit in my life, and I like to believe that the way that I handle relationships, the respect that I have for people, the empathy that I have for people, the care that I take in every single interaction that I have in this world, I feel fantastic about the way that I did in the situation. I ran into George the other day. I know you probably weren't going to say it because it was.
I'm not going to say it. You could say it. I'm not going to.
So I texted you about it, obviously. It was the first time I'd seen him since everything had happened. I was on a plane down here, and I was sitting in my seat and, texting, and I look up, and there he is.
What are the chances?
There he is.
Crazy.
Yeah. Getting on the plane.
On the way to Miami.
On the way to Miami.
Well, I mean, that's...
It's not that crazy. I mean, you guys are all YouTubers and travel. It'd be like me bumping into It'd be like me bumping into George. You know what I mean? Like it's like we travel, we move around, we go do podcasts. It's not that crazy that you
not coming to Miami this time. But I tell you though, it's not. Listen, there's a lot of people I've done business with for the last 20 years, and I've not ran into them at the airport. You know, so it's pretty random for it
I
to happen.
knew it was going to happen.
Eventually,
it was serendipitous, and I knew it was going to happen. He was with Belle, who they just got engaged. I'm sure you know, and incredible. And honestly,
super sweet girl. I mean, you can tell they're in love.
They're both incredible people. George is an incredible person. Those values I talked about before, those are not teachable values. Those are ingrained in his soul and his heart. He's a
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles. The online action game War Thunder has received a major update, Direct Hit. Joining the battle are machines like the Soviet MiG-27M, American Abrams HC, the Swedish Viggen, and many other new vehicles. Push these modern machines to their limit on the new map Spaceport. Dozens of players participate in a single battle using tanks, planes, and helicopters. Research unique modules, smoke grenades, dynamic defenses, thermal sensors, and much more. Use all the advantages, and if you're skilled enough, finish the battle with a nuclear strike. War Thunder covers the most famous conflicts of the 20th century, from the Second World War to the Cold War, featuring battlegrounds from all over the world, from hot African deserts to the frigid streets of Alaska. Thanks to improved effects, the oceans look even more real in naval battles. War Thunder features cutting-edge graphics and advanced destructibility, but it can more than easily be played on less powerful computers and laptops. Download War Thunder on warthunder.com.
They're not teachable values?
They're not teachable values. Wait.
This is Hollywood speaking, if you ask me.
Wait, not teachable values.
You can't teach someone to like love your friends and respect your friends. You can't teach someone to.
I think these are like literally teachable values.
Is it literally the point of these values is for them to be taught to you?
I think the Bible is teaching. A core fundamental of the Christian community is teaching every week.
Therefore, go out and make disciples of all nations, commanding them to obey everything I have commanded you to do, right? I agree with Mike. I think George is a good guy. I think George is a good guy. I think to see him walk away from that unafraid and unapologetic, and to do it with the grace that he did it with, and to do it with the humility that he did it with, and to him genuinely trying to mitigate and not drag that situation the way he could have, I think says a lot about George's character.
So what do you think about being a Christian in a non-Christian space like that, and possibly being canceled or being fired or being whatever?
Yeah.
I mean, we just had Frank Turek on, who gave you the book, Correct, but not politically correct.
I think it's a tough place to be in. I think it's a tough place to be in. I mean, as we've seen George do and navigate.
Yeah.
I think it's very difficult. I think it's very hard to be in a place where you get to be a follower of God and infuse enough of your worldview and not water it down. I think it's a very tough place to be in. But it's not impossible.
We all knew this was going to happen.
You know, and George did a good job, I think, of navigating that space. I think it was bumpy, right? I think it was bumpy at times. But I do think that he did a good job. But I think the kicker is this is where most people are at. Like most of you guys are probably working secular jobs around non-Christians on a daily, right? And so the difference between George is that he's in entertainment.
Yeah.
Right? Which is driven by the things that are going to get people to click in the most, which is usually going to be lust of the eyes, lust of the flesh, and pride of life. That's what gets clicks. That's what gets eyeballs. That's what gets engagement. And so therein lies the tension. For by the way, for all of us.
Yeah.
For all of us, right? Lust of the eyes, lust of the flesh, pride of life. As a Christian, you can't really do lust of the eyes, right? Lust of the flesh. I mean, you know. And so a lot of Christian content will oftentimes be pride of life, right? The need to be right, the need to dunk on other people, the need to call out other people. That's You know, and that stuff, in my opinion, and I just had a whole conversation with somebody about this. That's the stuff that grows faster in the Christian niches.
That's crazy,
right? Is that, and so it's because you're appealing to people's like most, I don't know how else to say it, like animalistic desires,
carnal desires, yeah.
carnal desires, and the fact that George has been able to navigate that and like legitimately pivot and have a banging podcast and pull in interesting guests,
millions of views.
His conversation with Andrew Tate, brilliant. Right? Brilliant conversation. Him being willing to be challenged publicly, you know, Girls Gone Bible. Like they checked him publicly.
Yeah.
That was great. And he's vowed to never curse again.
Yeah.
You know? So I think it's great. And I think George tried to do the best. And I think ultimately God used that to set it up. I don't think that was George's heart, because what I don't want to say is George was using Logan as a stepping stone. I don't think that's it at all.
Mm-hmm.
I think that he really was like, this is my best friend.
Yeah.
But it didn't work out.
Yeah.
And God used that as a stepping stone to position him to where he is now, which, I mean, I haven't looked at views, but I would argue George's pod is bigger than Impulsive now. Is that a...
I mean, let's
yeah,
give it
it's
a
bigger
second.
than
Let's check
Impulsive.
it
Is
out.
that fair? Just pull up the Social Blade statistics. How many views are they doing a month?
Last 30 days, 10 million.
10 million views. Whoa. That's double what we do here, and our channel is 10% the size. Between this channel and the Blessed God Studios channel, we do 5 million views a month.
That's crazy.
Okay, so now show George's.
George's. Last 30 days, 51 million. 5x. That's 5x.
Hey, man. And has half the amount of subscribers.
And you know what's crazy? When George first started his podcast, Logan Paul took shots on Impulsive of like, we're not some new podcast that barely gets any views and struggling for guests or whatever. Like he took a shot and like a month later. George is doing,
we would be that.
George is doing 5x Impulsive numbers.
Hey, man. You know, that's just how it goes sometimes, bro. So shout out George Django, you know? We see according to the Bible that prayer is extremely important in terms of us being transformed from the inside out when we get aligned with God's will. For the Christians watching this channel, I want you guys to implement these spiritual disciplines in your day-to-day life. And the only way I've been able to do this consistently is through writing down my prayers in a prayer journal that does a few things. One, it allows me to reflect and come to God humbly and ask him to move on my behalf. And two, it allows me to document my prayers, which ultimately help me remember the very things that I was praying for and see the hand of God tangibly in my life when he answers them. So I would urge you, consider writing down your prayers. It could be in a blank notebook. It could even be on your phone. Or you could check out the one I personally designed and used from my own quiet time and spiritual discipline that I think will be a huge blessing. It's the exact structure and system that I've used for years to pray and be more consistent in my spiritual discipline. You can pick yours up today by clicking the link in the pinned comment below. All right, I'll see you over there. Peace.
Welcome back to a brand new year at Clone High.
We're all gonna get along, and we're gonna be one big happy family. You tried to murder us like 3 months ago.
Clone High, streaming exclusively on Max.
Oh yeah, we finally made it happen. The following is one of my favorite episodes we've ever filmed. I didn't get rid of you!
Ooh. Bro, what is up with... What is up with this guy? Why is he just targeting me? Like, what did I do? I killed Blue? And ever since that, he's just been attacking me. Let's see if he just rams into me again. Oh, he does. What? What did I do? Okay, I just kill. I just go and kill him now. What the fuck? What did I do to this guy? Fuck, and then he kills me first. What the fuck? That was so confusing.
It's no secret that George Janko left the Impulsive podcast, but what was it?
Here's the plan. You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna shop at thrift.
Okay, give me more Fannie Willis, man. Is she or not? I feel like CNN is avoiding the question here a little bit. What are you hiding, CNN? Did she throw it back? I want to know. Okay. Oh, Salacious, Fannie Willis, let's do that.
We have some breaking news from Fulton County, Georgia, where District Attorney Fannie Willis, who's spearheading the Georgia election subversion case against former President Donald Trump, has now filed a written response to an attempt to have her disqualified. CNN's Zach Cohen is joining us now. So, Zach, here, Fannie Willis is responding to this attempt to have her disqualified over allegations that she has had an inappropriate relationship with the top prosecutor, one of the top prosecutors that she hired to take on this case. Walk us through her response.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Boris, we just got this ruling or this motion minutes ago, and Fannie Willis, in her opposition to this disqualification effort, calls the allegations salacious and acknowledges that they garnered a lot of media attention over the last couple of days. But she goes into point by point rebutting the legal arguments for why she should not be disqualified, and I want to go through a few of them. She says District Attorney Willis has no financial conflict of interest that constitutes a legal basis for disqualification. She says there is no personal conflict or interest of interest that justifies her disqualification personally or that of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. She says the attacks on Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade, that's who she's alleged to have had an affair with, the attacks on his qualifications are factually inaccurate, unsupported, and malicious. In addition to...
It's a little bit of workplace f***ing, dude. It's a little bit of workplace f***ing, dude. Trying to get a nut.
Providing no basis whatsoever to dismiss the indictment.
I wonder if they knew that this was going to happen.
Well, it seems that everybody has lost their damn minds. If you go to my screen here for a moment, you see that Republicans are even saying that World War III talk shouldn't deter strikes inside Iran. I'm broadcasting live from the Gold Coast in Australia, and the government here is talking about conscription. What we need to do to raise the number of recruits because of a potential battle with Iran and the proxies in North Korea. The UK, the Netherlands, they're all on guard. And of course, the US is under attack in Jordan. What the hell is going on? Are we really up for a civil war like Tim Pool says every single week? Or are we going for a greater conflict? Maybe we're all just damn crazy and the world is about to fucking melt down in a nuclear holocaust. I'm no expert on geopolitical issues, freedom, and the things going on in our world today, but I sure as hell know two gentlemen who are. Scott Horton, the founder of antiwar.com, as well as outstanding author and radio show host. Scott, welcome back to Nightly Offensive.
Thank you very much for having me. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And of course, from Liberty Lockdown and regular co-host of Timcast, we have Clint Russell, also from the Tower Gang Pod. Welcome back to Nightly Offensive.
Thanks for having me, Elijah. Reporting for duty, prepared for World War III. Let's go.
Hell yeah. Before we begin, I want to give a huge shout out to Censored.tv. This show is presented directly by Censored on Thursday nights. Today it is ad-free, and we thank them so much for continuing to support this type of content and journalism. As we know, there's a few people that are offended in the world, but nobody is more offended than those who are orchestrating the wars and destroying our countries from the inside. Let's go directly to Scott. I want to talk about the hyperbole of this claim. We are headed into World War III, or the hyperbole, we are headed into a civil war. Is this all just absolute horseshit, and this is a sort of clickbait, hyper extremism from commentators? Or is there a real potential for localized conflict and expanded conflict based on what you've seen today?
Well, great question. I mean, well, a couple of questions. On the domestic civil war, no. I mean, you could say quite correctly that we've got a lot of problems and a lot of seemingly irreconcilable differences. And yet any kind of violent conflict between any one or group of states and the national government or anything like that, I think is a long way off. Although, I guess a lot could hinge on the way that this election shakes out. If the Democrats succeed in, through lawfare, just excluding Donald Trump from the ballot and depriving tens of millions of Americans from even having a chance to cast their vote for the guy that they clearly prefer, that could lead to some real problems. And I know Greg Abbott has said, oh yeah, well, I'll take Biden right off the ballot then. And how do you like that? And this and that. So is it possible for stupider heads to prevail in a way like that? Yeah. I mean, and the establishment is very determined to prevent Trump from winning. The secret police have cheated against him twice, the FBI counterintelligence division especially, but in CIA too, to rig the election against him twice now, and the second time succeeding. And so things could spiral out of control. But I certainly am, I have much less of a bad feeling about that than I do war in the Middle East. And I think even then, I would agree that World War III is a hyperbole because, look, I mean, I'm just speculating, but I like to believe that Russia and China would not intervene overtly on Iran's side. Maybe they'd give them some weapons like America has been doing in Ukraine, probably less than that. They'd probably help Iran, but I don't think that they would get involved. So even the worst case scenario, regional war against the Shiites in the Middle East, that would be Iran, Iraq, Syria, Hezbollah in southern Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen. If we go to full-scale war against Iran and all of their best friends in the region, that still isn't World War III involving East Asia and, you know, Europe and God knows what, you know what I mean? And Iran does not have nuclear weapons, despite all the propaganda that you've heard your whole life that they're making nukes and they're about to get some. That was just lies by the Israelis and somewhat by the Saudi lobby as well, but mostly the Israelis and their neoconservative friends in the United States who push that propaganda. So they're, you know, and that's still worst case scenario. I should say, like, what we know now, Elijah, is that what I believe, anyway, I would say, is that the Ayatollah does not want to fight. And even though Iran could really be, you know, wage a very costly war against the United States in the region if it came to real ass war with them, full scale war, they also know good and well how bad America could hurt them and bomb their country, even short of deploying any nuclear weapons of any kind. But we just bomb the hell out of them. And the Ayatollah, he's a tyrant, whatever you want to call him, but he's a cautious man. He clearly does not want to fight. And I don't know exactly what signals he's sending to his allies in the region, but this Shiite militia that America started bombing and is promising to retaliate against now, Kataib Hezbollah, who've been blamed for this recent attack, I think plausibly, they announced that, well, Iran wants us to back off, so we're backing off. And I think that's probably true, that the Ayatollah is trying to rein them in a bit. And so then Biden is saying, I'm sorry, I'll try to wrap this up. Biden is saying, you know, to friendly media like NBC, that what they're planning on basically is a week worth of strikes against Iran's proxies in the region, meaning the Houthis in Yemen, and I don't know who they think they're going to bomb in Syria. Maybe nobody. It's some Shiite militias in Iraq, although not the Iraqi government that America installed there. That's allied with them. And they're considering even hitting some kind of Iranian naval capacity in the Gulf. But then they want to say, okay, that's it, time out. And don't make us hit you harder. This is the game that Trump played 4 years ago. Remember, he killed Soleimani. And then the Ayatollah launched missiles at an empty corner of the Al-Assad air base in Iraq. And Americans got, but nobody was killed. And then Trump let the Ayatollah get the last word, and the whole thing kind of petered out, remember? So that's what Biden is sort of announcing beforehand that he has in mind. We know the Ayatollah doesn't want to fight, and we don't really want to fight Iran. So we're going to fight some of Iran's proxies and friends and stock puppets in the region, and we're going to hit them real hard and hopefully make Tom Cotton feel good and shut up, and then they hope it'll go away. That's their plan. And quite frankly, I think it's a plausible plan because, again, I think the Ayatollah does not want to fight. But I would emphasize that it's also an incredibly risky plan, and you don't know exactly what's going to happen. If they do a major bombing campaign in Iraq, we're talking about against the Iraqi army's Shiite militia allies. Their proxy, you know, they might as well be the Iraqi army that David Petraeus built over there under W. Bush. So that would mean going to war against the guys that our government put in power, fought for in Iraq War II and in Iraq War III against ISIS as well. So that could cost, for example, our guys up in Iraqi Kurdistan could be in trouble, and you know, things could spiral out of control, regardless of whether Biden wants to do a little old thing, and regardless of whether the Ayatollah wants to draw his line and stay on the other side of it. As you know, sometimes,
what is,
you know, especially when you're dealing.
What is Blue's problem? And I get the shittiest trade ever. Does he break me again? Huh.
Dealing with violent explosions, killing people. Things can get quite out of hand quite quickly, and it's a hugely dangerous game we're playing. Where it's all for Israel, right?
If I was purple, I'd be pissed right now.
There's no reason we're doing this at all. We don't even have to be. The only reason our guys are in Syria and right there in Jordan across the border there is for Israel. Remember when Trump wanted to leave, they said, no, you're betraying Israel. Yeah, they talked about the Kurds, but that was a smokescreen. They also said, you're betraying the Israelis. We have to stay there for Israel, which was, and they meant that. That was what it was really about.
Right. And, you know, Scott, I think that's such a great introduction into make sure that we're all on the same page here. We have Clint Russell again from Liberty Lockdown. Scott has mentioned quite a bit of if you're just joining today, you're watching on Censored TV or Rumble. He was mentioning how he doesn't know if we're for a localized civil conflict or even necessarily World War III, but definitely there will be increased fighting or at least increased attacks from the U.S. in retaliation to the proxies in the region. And I think that it's really important, though, Clint, because I want to get your opening statement on this topic, where you stand on whether World War III is here or whether we're just entering into another version of a Cold War, right, where we're just continuing to fight these proxies with these big bad enemies. I mean, we have to be clear here. We are not talking about, just hyperbolic insanity. Our congressmen, our senators, they are talking about striking Iran, talking about retaliating. We have a candidate who doesn't have a chance of winning, Nikki Haley, who really wants her stocks bumped up in Raytheon and Boeing, and she cannot go to sleep until Zionist, goals are executed in the Middle East. So again, this is not just me on a show trying to get clicks. I want to know, Clint, what is your personal opinion in relation to what Scott was saying? Is the war here? We decided to declare strikes on Iran, their proxies. Is this going to escalate? Are they going to get the battle that they've been raging for years now? The floor is yours.
Well, I'll start by saying that it's quite evident, if you just listen to Wesley Clark in 2003 talking about the 7 nations that they want to topple in 5 years, Iran being the final one, they've wanted to go to war with Iran for a very long time. I think that from a more pragmatic analysis, they realize that it's not easy. And I don't think that they really want to do it. I think that they realize our financial situation is too tenuous, and it would ultimately create most likely a hyperinflationary period in America, because so many of the nations all across the world are already divesting themselves of the US dollar, and that would only expedite the process. Once they stole a couple $100 billion from the Russian central bank, that really lit the BRICS alliance on fire, and they've now been expanding very rapidly and trying to divest of the dollar. So I don't think that I think there's factions, as there always is. Those that are most aligned with AIPAC that very much do want to do the bidding of the Israeli government and topple Tehran. But I think most of our political class does not want to. Otherwise, it probably already would have happened. What I found interesting was that Kim.com, who sometimes reports nonsense and other times nails things like
they actually go after Red? Because if not, I think that they're cheating. Huh. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Yeah, they definitely were collabing because Blue just put some shit in my territory to attack Red. I mean, in the territory that Red had to attack me, lower it, and then, yeah, they definitely were collabing. There's no way that they weren't.
Since he got the Nord Stream pipeline right pretty early on, and he was reporting that there was back-channel communications between the Biden administration and the Iranians, where they were saying, we're going to do limited strikes, and we just want to let you guys know, and once we do that, we have to save face. You killed 3 of our guys. But once we do that, you can't respond. And then we can, let this simmer down a little bit. And the Iranians allegedly told them to shove it up their ass. So, while I agree with Scott that the Iranians have not demonstrated that they really want to go to war with us either, it does seem as if they are identifying weakness in what I kind of envision to be the American empire, which is now a bit of a paper tiger. And they're kind of testing them, just as the Russians tested the American empire when they invaded Ukraine. Just as the Chinese may test the American empire when it comes to Taiwan. Who knows if that'll transpire. But because there's so many different venues and so many areas of defense necessity for the American hegemonic domination of all global trade and the global economy, I think that these other competitor nations are identifying that we're overextended, that we can't possibly defend all of them. So if they just continue to kind of poke and prod, maybe we'll just retreat. And I think that that's what you've seen with these attacks from these allegedly Iranian-backed organizations all throughout the Middle East, is that these people are genuinely fucking pissed off about our support of Israel in the demolition of Gaza. and I don't really blame them. So I would like to see us withdraw. As to whether or not we are
Same,
in
I would
World War
like to
III,
see us withdraw too.
you're only going to know in hindsight. I mean, that's the truth, because there has already been enough actions taken by different counterparts in this that in hindsight we could absolutely look back and go like, well, yeah, all of a sudden Syria or some other significant military power in the Middle East decides to enter the war against Israel. They stop with these little pot shots from Hezbollah or the Houthis, and it really escalates, and then Israel fires a nuke, and then it's on. So, sorry, camera. So I don't think it's going to go that route. Obviously, I have to kind of pray that it doesn't go that route, but I can't say definitively that these dominoes aren't kind of set to tip.
Right, and so I want to jump into this. So we have a map here. Scott had shared this with me, and I'm not entirely sure what it was shared for, but let's go ahead and get Scott up on the screen. Scott, you sent me this map. This is a map of the current Middle East. This is a map, if you're just listening on audio only, you see Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia. It is basically the entire geographic critical zone that we're referring to. Why did you send this map over to me, and what was the takeaway here?
Yeah, so, and for your video audience, it'll be more helpful, but basically we have Iran, Iraq, Syria, southern Lebanon, and most of Yemen, at least where all the people live in Yemen, in darker green. And we have Turkey, Jordan, Egypt, Kuwait, Saudi, Bahrain, UAE, Qatar. Those are all in lighter green. And the point being, these are basically the various power alliances in the region. The light green are America's allies. This is the American-dominated order, is the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, and meaning essentially the Arab monarchies, right? Jordan, Kuwait, Saudi, Bahrain, UAE, etc. And then the primary worry, and really the centerpiece of our foreign policy this whole time, is that dark green area, which is Tehran, Iran, now Baghdad, because of W. Bush's war, where Iraq had been ruled by secular Sunni Saddam. And then America put Iraq on Iran's side of the ledger, which they wish they hadn't, although they'll never take responsibility for it being their fault. And Syria is run by a group called the Alawites, who are very close to the Shiites. It's a secular dictatorship, but they're allied with the Shiites, and most importantly, they're allied with Iran. And then there's little bitty, if you see there in the dark green, Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. And they're basically Iran's 51st state there. This very powerful Shiite militia that rules sort of a sub-state group and is one of the major coalition partners in the Lebanese government there. And then you have now the Houthis, who ever since 2000, very end of 14, beginning of 15, have ruled Yemen. So this is America and Israel's problem. This is the chip on America and Israel's shoulder, is this Iranian axis of power. And especially ever since America, at Israel's request and behest, waged Iraq War II and put Iraq in Iran's column. Now what you see there is this unbroken line, right? What they call the land bridge, meaning there's a highway, a road, literally, or a series of highways from Tehran all the way to Beirut. And it used to be that secular Sunni Saddam stood in the way there. Now America has made it where Iran and their Shiite friends are more powerful than ever in the region. And this is why, if you go back 10 years, Elijah, you and your friends were probably wondering, why is Barack Obama backing Al-Qaeda suicide bomber, head chopper lunatics in Syria? And even leading to the rise of the caliphate, which then they had to go to war to blow up again in Iraq War III. Well, the answer to that was because they were trying to make up for Iraq War II. They had given Iraq to Iran's best friends. They put Iran up 2 pegs in Baghdad. Now they're trying to take them down a peg in Damascus, which actually backfired. It didn't work because Syria asked Hezbollah in Lebanon and asked Iran to send their Quds force and whatever to come and help them, and along with the Russians, and they did. And they came and saved Assad, and that war of regime change failed there. So now this is where our guys got killed. If you put that map up there real quick, if you look at that funny border where Syria, Iraq, and Jordan come together, that's where there's this base called Al-Tanf, which is where the Americans were killed. They're just barely on the Jordanian side of the border, what they call Post 22 or Tower 22, but still, it's all basically one complex there. And the reason they're there, again, is because to block this so-called land bridge from Iran to Hezbollah, when in fact that was the whole reason for Iraq War II in the first place. And in fact, going back, if you've ever heard of the clean break strategy that the neoconservatives came up with, the whole point was to try to weaken Iran and weaken Hezbollah so that Israel could finish screwing over the Palestinians. Look at our situation their situation right now. They're at war with the Palestinians, and yet, as you mentioned, they're worried about Hezbollah on their northern flank, or as Clint mentioned, that could turn into a real war with Hezbollah in Lebanon at any time. Well, in the clean break plan, the whole thing was on this convoluted scheme, we're going to get rid of Saddam in Iraq, and that is going to neutralize Hezbollah in Lebanon so that we can screw the Palestinians without having to worry about our northern flank. And that way, instead of trading land for peace, we'll just have peace through strength, meaning domination, the Netanyahu doctrine, and get away with it. So, in other words, sorry for the long story long here, but the point being that America's entire policy this last 20 years since W. Bush has been to serve Israel's interests by trying to weaken Iran and their friends, and yet they keep empowering them over and over again, which goes to show why they're so frustrated and pissed off now. And you could see how there's at least some pressure from Israel and in some quarters in the United States to go ahead and get it on now. They've dug us so deep into this pit, we might as well bomb Tehran. We might as well go full scale against Hezbollah. We might as well go full scale bombing campaign against the Shiite militias of Iraq and try to erase the results of the last 20 years of failure over there.
Well, let me ask you, Clint. I kind of want to bring us up all here full screen on this. You know, we know that this is something that there are certain people who want. They want a large-scale conflict. And I'm really getting down to the nitty-gritty on this show. I mean, I am talking to women who have understanding about women on why they are the way they are, talking to black people about what is going on with black people, and I am talking to experts on the Middle East to find out what the hell is going on here. I want real honesty, and I know you've got it, and I know that you're not afraid of it. Is this really Jewish interests? Is this a Jewish war? Is this, I should say, because not all Jews are Zionists and not all Jews are political, but is this a Zionist pipe dream, or is there some benefit that I'm not picking up as an American with a son who in a long-scale war would likely be drafted? Is there something I'm not picking up that this consistent tension with the Putin regime, with the Kim Jong-un regime, with the Ayatollah regime, that there's some tension that if we destroyed them, the Biden regime and all of Americans would benefit, because I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind because I don't find anything, no matter how hard I look. And I know you're laughing, but it's like, damn it.
No,
what
I'm
the
laughing
hell is
because
this?
I sympathize to feeling like you're losing your mind. I mean, I think there's really two forces that drive our geopolitical strategy, and it is one, like the Middle East conquest is largely about Israel, Zionism, Israel, whatever you want to call it. So I think that's been the reason that it's been the target, but there's the underlying force, or the financial force from within the United States, is the military-industrial complex. And I think that there's a lot of financial imperative and a lot of lobbying that goes on to try and keep a low-level conflict going as many places as possible all the time. And I think that's like those two forces combined mean that you're basically in eternal wars with no end in sight. And it's devastating because our financial situation domestically is so out of hand at this point. I mean, $34 trillion in debt. We've racked $3 trillion over the past year. The interest on our debt alone will be 150% of our national defense for the next 12 months. And our national defense is bigger than the 10 largest militaries on earth combined. So just the interest on our debt alone is that significant. So I really believe that the American economy and the American government, based off of the debt that they're carrying, is facing kind of a death spiral. Like, you can't get out of this unless you're going to go into incredible, fiscal constraints. You're going to ultimately end up with hyperinflation, or you have to hike interest rates to oblivion and create a deflationary spiral. And it doesn't seem like, it seems as if they're trying to walk that that razor's edge, and I just don't think it's possible. Everyone's saying Israel in the chat, and I appreciate that.
Right. They
it's
are.
True. That's the reason that we've been so antagonistic with Iran for decades. To me, it's quite clear, but if Scott disagrees, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah. Let's go to Scott on that question. I just want to add a little caveat to explain this, because I really want to clarify, the intensity of my curiosity in that. Look, I don't want Scott Adams to be right about black people and black neighborhoods. I want us all to get along. I want Kamala Harris to be correct. I want us all to be equal. And
maybe not.
I just wish that we could live in this utopia. And unfortunately, my understanding is like, if Scott Adams is right, how do we change that? Because that's not a great way to accept living. It's not a great way to accept, to clarify that, like, black and white people don't get along well. They don't integrate well together. And we do live in the same country. So if there is some sort of a solution, I definitely know Kamala Harris ignoring the problems and blaming white people isn't it. So when it comes to the Zionist thing, look, I know like people like to rag on Jews and Jews and Jews. There are many good Jews out there. And I know people love to rag and blame the Jews for literally everything. And if that's true, then okay, I'll accept it, and I'm fine. But I want to know with this topic. Let's be here. Let's go with geopolitics.
Never mind.
Scott, like, how much of this really is Zionist? How much of this is AI pack? How much of this really is that, or how much of it is really just the galactic empire of the United States, hungry for blood, hungry for lust, dead set on keeping the petrodollar strong, and whatever X, Y, and Z other variables you want to add? Who's really at blame here? What's really going on? Who's behind the mask when the Scooby-Doo gang rips it off at the end of the episode?
Yeah. Well, look, it is a massive conspiracy of interests. $1 trillion a year is, the defense budget straight up. And of course, for the Israeli government, just as well for the English government or the rest of them, I guess, their relationship with the United States is of their absolute highest concern. And especially from Israel's point of view, England can take care of themselves, basically, but
Bro,
the Israelis need...
If you're red, you obviously still break right now. Like, you already pissed him off, you break.
us. And so they spend an inordinate amount of energy and pressure and lobbying and money and breaking the law too, spying and what have you, espionage, in order to have their way in this country. I think, look, anyone who's an adult at all has got to be able to differentiate between which Jews anyone is talking about in any particular circumstance. I mean, unless you're some kind of communist or something, or unless you're talking about a historical time and place, there's no such thing as the Jews. And there are millions and millions of American Jews. Most of them aren't political at all. The ones who are political, I think like a third of American Jews don't even care or know about Israel at all. They have no interest in it at all. When it came to the Iraq War, they were better than the rest of the population. If you break people up into ethno-religious groups and surveyed them, they were more and first against the war, maybe just because they're by and large liberal Democrats and didn't believe in W. Bush, but still, while at the same time, it was some, yes, very influential Jewish neoconservatives and some Catholic ones as well, and including one Muslim neocon, Zalmay Khalilzad, but was a group. It is a predominantly Jewish group because that's kind of the origin of where the neocons come from, has a lot to do with that and a lot to do with Israel in the first place. But it's essentially an Israeli talking point that all Jews have anything to do with Israel, and Israel is the representative of all Jews, and that, any Jew anywhere in the world is really part of the Israeli diaspora or something like that. Like they're all from there and left or whatever, which is just nonsense. And is certainly not true of American Jews who consider themselves Americans, not Israelis. And the whole thing is a bunch of crap, basically. And then a bunch of people who don't like Jews also like that narrative, so they can go ahead and paint with a broad brush or that kind of thing. But and if you live on Twitter as I do, you see that whenever anyone makes a substantive criticism of Israel, one jackass says, yeah, the Jews, and another jackass says, you just hate Jews. And then the whole conversation goes off the rails. It might as well be sabotage. All those anti-Semites might as well be, is pro-Israeli trolls just trying to turn the thing stupid. When the reality is, like in your question, there is an extraordinarily powerful Israeli lobby in America, not just AIPAC, but an entire grip of think tanks, and coinciding with what our friend Clint said, bankrolled by the military-industrial complex. So you have the Foundation for Defense of Democracies and the Center for a New American Security and the Center for Security Policy and the Washington Institute for Near East Policy and the Committee on the Present Danger and a whole desk drawer full of think tanks over at Bill Kristol's office, all financed by Lockheed and Northrop Grumman and the rest. AEI and Heritage pre-existed this movement, but were taken over by the neocons. I don't know. I heard there's a good guy in charge of Heritage now. I don't know. But AEI, certainly 20 years ago, the American Enterprise Institute was a huge part of the neocon push to get us into Iraq War II, as well as the National Review and the Weekly Standard magazines and that whole push. In fact, if you look at my Twitter feed /Scott Horton Show, I have a thread there of 28 articles about how the neoconservatives lied us into war with Iraq. And that's not to say that W. Bush was a neoconservative or an Israel firster. He wasn't. He was a himself firster. And Cheney and Rumsfeld and the others, they all had their own interests in doing what they did. But it is, I think, an incontrovertible fact that the war could have never happened without the neocons, and that they were really the bulk of the push that got it done and that war started. And for that matter, in hectoring Obama to keep being worse and worse in Syria all the time and the rest. So that is a huge part of it. Absolutely. But you also notice, Antony Blinken gave that speech where he's like, hey, pork barrel politics, everybody. Don't you want that military industrial complex money? Because that's how they divvy it up. They make sure that every district in America, all 435 districts, get a paycheck from the military industrial complex for making one widget or another in order to stay on the dole and keep everybody good and compromise. And all that precedes, Zionist influence in DC and whatever, and exists alongside it and is not necessarily just subject to it. I was trying to give as much credence to the one part of the argument that I was also arguing against too, because I think when people overstate that, it's not helpful.
Can I piggyback off that real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's also been the Greenblatts and the ADLs of the world and the IDFs of the world, the Netanyahus of the world, that have tried to intertwine quite intentionally anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, saying so overtly that to be anti-Zionist is to be an anti-Semite. But there are many Jews who are not Zionists. So are these Jewish people anti-Semitic? I mean, the answer is obviously no. And let me give you additional examples. The Southern Poverty Law Center listed myself, the Mises Caucus, Dave Smith, and the new guard of the Libertarian Party as, alt-right extremists. Dave Smith's a Jew. You have Chaya Raichik, the Libs of TikTok lady. She, who I just did a show with Luke Rudkowski last night on the Best Political Show, she was listed by the ADL as a potential domestic terrorist alongside Hamas, and she's a open Jewish lady. So this is not about Jewishness, as far as I can tell. This is about a control structure from, yes, they are Jewish, but it's the Zionist element, the hardline Zionist element within Israel. And if you're unwilling to delineate, then I think you're playing into their trap. It makes it so that anybody that has any concerns or criticism of Israeli policy or Israeli influence in American politics can then be painted with the broad brush of being an anti-Semite, being a Holocaust denier, whatever, right? So I think that it's actually a huge mistake to collectivize and go down that path, as opposed to viewing this based off of who is responsible for what. They actually have names. This is not just.
All right. I'm gonna be done for the day. Crane was a master.